a time in a world far, far away. In a realm ruled by dragons and magic.
We have voice acting.
Actually, it was this land specifically. Not that far away. Let me start over. Once upon a time, somewhere in Gaia, not that far away, there was a tavern. My tavern. A place for anyone looking for an adventure or a quick refreshment. A place open to everybody. Even jackdaws, I suppose. But I'm not just your typical innkeeper.
I didn't think we'd have voice acting.
My drinks are infused with magic to aid ambitious adventurers on their quests. To make sure they always return victorious. Big shoes to fill, I know. Then again, what's the worst that could happen?
I don't know. But it looked intriguing. Hi. Hiya, Inkeep. How's it going? All fine and dandy? Can't complain. How about you, Fable? All fine and dandy? Yes, yes, yes. All fine and dandy. I had such an exciting day. Really, really exciting. Did you go on an adventure? Even better! I took a walk around the grove, and then I replanted a mushroom that had fallen over. And then I patiently waited for it to turn into a mushroom monster, or a mushroom mimic, or maybe a gnome. Hey, Red Hood, how are you? Did it? No. But I got to take another walk around the grove! How was it? Great! I got to see the same stones, the same trees, the same Amethian Hydra guarding the entrance to Avon, the same moss. I even got to water the Estrellas. They really needed it. But I was there, so they didn't really need it, but I was there, so sounds very exciting. Oh, who am I kidding? My life is as exciting as a roasted nut. Nuts are healthy, very thrilling in sauces or as a snack. There are various types of nuts, walnuts, peanuts, hazelnuts. My family tree's almond. We're all nuts. It's fun. I'm allergic. I can't eat nuts either! Not allergic, just can't eat them. Oh. I didn't know that. Oh, no worries. I mean, I never told you. And hey, at least something would happen if I ate a nut. Not just not something very fun. Anaphylactic shock and all that. Does that count as an adventure? No, I think that counts as a mistake. So what you're saying is that you're missing some spice? Oh, no. I have a very sensitive stomach. I don't think chills would help me very much. Yeah, me too. With you on that, girl. Though I'm very good at growing phoenix chills. I was talking about the spice in your life, dear. Oh, that's what you meant. Well, yes, exactly, that's it. Oh, there's no chili flakes, no garlics, no dragons. Just a lot of salt. I'm like a bland soup. So a classic case of boredom. I see. You know that feeling when nothing exciting is going on in your life? Like, life isn't bad, but also not particularly fun. Have you tried visiting a circus, or have you tried adding some zest in your soup? Try going to a circus? Huh. You know, shake up the routine a little. Get up, do something different. Well, perhaps you could find something fun there. Oh, I'm not into the whole circus thing. Clowns scare me. I always think they have ulterior motives. Fair. The way they look at me with their empty eyes and wide smiles, ugh, scary. But apart from that, I tried singing, but what is singing if not the telling of a tale? How can I sing of things I've never lived through anything? What do you mean? Well, day in and day out, I live in the same green soup of routines. Sure, I have my forest and I look after it, but I want to get out there and see something. Like, for example, listen to this song I started writing. I wish to be a hero, slaying mighty drakes. I wish to meet a pretty nymph resting by the lakes. So, that sounds like a good opening song, or a nymph? That's pretty daring. Wonder what this percentage thing is over here. Eeny, meeny, chilly, beanie, we're gonna go with whatever this one is. Nymph it is. Oh, of course it is. Well, that's the point. Finding them, enjoying themselves in the water. The sun shining through the treetops, making the stream glisten in fragmented light, a divine beauty. Oh, I would love to sing about the exciting magical things I encounter. But to be honest, the most exciting thing in my life is coming to your tavern and discovering new drinks. Not a lot of songs you can write about that. I wouldn't mind a jingle. I'll think of one. Can I mention nymphs? I'd prefer if you didn't. Okay. Maybe one day I'll get to offer them their own jingle. In the meantime, I can offer you a drink. Yes, I'd love a drink. The usual. Yes, please. That means a swift strike in case you forgot. Well, that means a swift strike in case you forgot. Thank you for the reminder, Fable. It's my favorite. It always makes me feel like a featherlight nymph floating on the waves of a sunny lake. Do you want to be with the nymph or be the nymph? Both? But mostly I want a swift strike. Message received. Although, well, I was wondering, I've been coming to your tavern for so long, I still don't know anything about how you make your drinks. That's cool, neither do I. I got no clue. Could you show me? Yes, please? Really? Yes. What should I do? Why don't put on an apron or summon a familiar, or how do I summon a familiar? Just follow me. Welcome to my drink mixing nook. Oh, so this is what it looks like back here. I got a little squid guy hanging out in here. Apparently his name is Ondu. Hello, Ondu! Careful, I haven't fed him yet. Where do we start? Well, usually I start by figuring out what my patrons want. To make sure I don't forget what they ordered, I take notes in my journal. Let's have a look. Oh, you pinned my order! I did. If I want to look for specifics, I check my detailed notes. I do keep a log, just in case. So, when I'm sure I know what was asked of me, I browse my recipes. Can't you just freehand mix something to see what sticks? No. I like to mix and match for a more varied result, but the right balance is crucial, so I stick to my recipes. When I've settled on one I can use the chalk to draw it on the board. Alright. Well, what if you pick the wrong one? I can either erase it with the sponge, or just pick a different recipe. My ingredients are stored in the 5 bottles on the right. There's dexterity, intelligence, defense, strength, and charisma. So, dexterity, intelligence, defense, strength, and charisma. I'm guessing we're going in clockwise here. Well, I think dexterity sounds the tastiest. I had a feeling you might say that. If I mess up or want to redo my drink for any other reason, I can simply feed my mistakes to Ondu. Once I'm done, I ring the bell to activate the primordial vortex. Actually, I don't need to bore you with the magical details. Just try making a drink. You've got this. Okay. So, we want 1 of these and 3 of these. What are we doing? Okay. Like, she explained it, but I don't know what we're doing here. Oh, that's a frosted lagoon. That's not what she wanted. Well, she wanted a swift something or another, right? Here we go. Swift strike is what she wanted. Okay. So you want... Alright, so you want a lot of these? How do we do that? Okay. How do we put a thing in here? Nope, it's just the one button. Okay. I'm already stuck. Because I don't know how they want me to do this. Okay. So they said draw the recipe, which I did. How do we put stuff in here, though? Is the question. That was not a very good tutorial. Okay. Here we go. Alright. Okay. So. Here we go. My ingredients are stored in the 5 bottles. Yeah, see that all it says is that like write the thing on the chalkboard and then I was guessing click on the ingredients. Oh, okay. This tells me the different ingredients, I guess. All right. Okay. Okay, so how do we get this in here? Is the question. I saw something about time to get started. And then it didn't tell me anything past that. Here. Okay. Am I just like, do I just like not have, because I don't have the A button, can I just like not do this? Because like it'll let me do an A or a B, but it won't let me, but it'll let me click on things. Well? I'm not sure what's going on here. It won't let me do this. Because, like, the only buttons it gives me are A and B. Right? Confirmation button, A or B. That's all it gives me. Huh. I don't know what it wants from me here. Okay. Well, why won't you let me select anything? I mean, this seems like a pretty vital part of this particular game, so if I can't figure it out, the only thing I can say is maybe we change games for the day. Because I don't know, I'm clicking on everything over here. I'll hover over it and press every single button I got. Nope. I don't know what it wants. The only thing I can say is maybe it like demands controller support. And I just don't have controllers. Okay, well, fine then. Fine then. I don't know what, no. What are you doing? No. I was trying to, no. What, why? What? No. Why are you opening my browser? I said get out of here. Oy. Good gracious me. Alright. Well, let's change games anyway. I don't know why it's doing that. But let's change games. Let's go Along the Sleep. Or Along the Edge. What's the name of the other one that I was going to do? It's actually not in this launcher. It's in this one. Along the Edge is the name of it. Okay. There we go. Let's change games to Along the Edge. And we will say, change the stream name to change this to Along the Edge. There we go. Change all that. And there we go. And let's launch that. And let's try this one. Yes, I figured that. One of the decisions influences Daphne's personalities. One or two symbols will light up on the top of the screen. Okay. The star or the globe, the sun or the moon. In Along the Edge, your decisions are neither good nor bad. However, the sum of your choices always lead to different scenarios. It's impossible to lose in Along the Edge. The branching of the story opens different narrative hypotheses, shaping your adventure according to your choices. Your progress is saved automatically. You won't be able to change the decisions you've made. Choose wisely. Alrighty. So, you're determined then? Yes. I think I need a fresh start. This inheritance, it's the perfect opportunity to finally turn the page. I know you've convinced yourself, but are you sure you really know what you wish to achieve with this move? After all, you recently went through a major trauma, and there's still a lot of ground to cover. Between you and me, you know what I think of your decision. But I can't prevent you from leaving. Have you found a job yet? That is a terrible therapist. Therapists shouldn't be telling you what to do with your life. Your job is mostly just to listen. Yes, I have. Substituting for a math teacher at the village middle school. A maternity leave, 6 months. That should give me enough time to get my bearings. Don't you mind giving up your PhD? Your research career was quite promising. Not really. No, honestly, I don't much like being alone in the lab all day long. It'll be good to be with other people for a change. I see. One last thing. I know your relationship with Frank is quite tense. It is. You know the breakup's still recent, and I always counted on his support. After so many years together, I need time. I suppose you're aware that you're about to break all your ties with him, probably for good. Are you sure you won't regret it later? Seriously, questioning her like that? You are a horrible therapist. Girl, get a better therapist. He's terrible. Did you at least inform him of your plans? You don't need... you're broken up. You don't need to inform him of your plans. She just said the break up, as in she broke up with him, is still fresh. Which means, no, she doesn't need to inform him of her plans. You are a horrible therapist. You are a terrible therapist. It is none of his business anymore. We broke up. What I do or don't do is not his problem. No, I didn't. And it doesn't concern him anymore. All right. Listen, Daphne, you've got my number. Please don't be afraid to call me if you feel the need. I'm counting on you. I won't! You're a terrible therapist! Okay, I will. Then I suppose all I can do is wish you the best. When are you leaving? Tomorrow. August. Didn't realize it was waiting for me to click. I'm leaving tomorrow. I've inherited my family's house, my grandmother's. I didn't know her, and now I never will. My mother had cut all ties with that side of the family, the only side since I never knew who my father was. I remember the birthday cards, though. My mother had hidden them between 2 piles of laundry in the linen closet. If the bond was broken, it wasn't my grandmother's fault. And here I am, 10 years later, inheriting a big house 300 miles away, when I, too, have severed all contact with my own mother. what's that they call? That's what they call karma, isn't it? The other PhD students asked me to meet them at the ball. I could also go see Frank to say goodbye. I told Dr. Dunn I didn't want to tell him I was leaving, but this is my last chance to do things right. Am I really sure of my choice? Of course, I could also just go home. What should I do? You can go to the bar and say goodbye to your friends, I guess. Went to the bar to meet the other students. Didn't have the heart to refuse. Never really fitted in with this small group. In fact, they only really think about me as their own academic success. I know I'll miss my research, but on the other hand, never saw myself having a brilliant career. Despite their cold, laid-back appearance, they'd slaughter each other for an article in Nature, probably without even batting an eyelid. I've never belonged in this environment. Only wanted to advance in science. To do my bit for the future. Sounds like a cliche, but the truth is, science will have to make do without me. And I don't think it'll be missing out on much. I thought they wanted to surprise me, throw me a leaving party. Then again, I hadn't told anybody, except for my research advisor, or my research supervisor. Seemed a bit stunned at first, and then not too bothered. Should I go? Got a long drive tomorrow. That's it. Everything I own is packed in a couple of boxes. I wish I felt sad about leaving, but actually, I don't really care. My last night here. I don't know what I hope to find there. This is what we call apathy. Not a good emotion. A fresh start. That's what I'm trying to convince myself. Perhaps Dr. Durrant is right. Maybe I'm just avoiding the real issue. Did my mother feel the same when she left my grandmother's village 30 years ago? Am I following in her footsteps despite myself? The difference is that she had me. I'm alone. Am I overthinking this? I've taken my decision. I can't afford to go back. Can't undo what I've done. I'll try to get some sleep. 300 miles. I got up way too early. It's going to be a long journey. Little by little, civilization slowly gives way to empty spaces. The highways replaced by interlacing small roads and clear directions, given on major routes, become a hit-and-miss search for clues, which get more and more arduous as I near my destination. The road goes through the village, which I cross in a few moments. I thought I was getting away from the agitation of the city, but all this peace and serenity feels like it's hiding something sinister, almost ominous. After a couple miles, I turn onto a dirt track overrun with weeds. I go through the gates marking the limits of the family domain. Then on the right, I see a small stone house. That must be the lodge where the wardens, a couple, live. It was specified in the estate accounts. The notary made me sign. I decide to leave the car there. I don't feel like driving all the way back in reverse if the track turns out to be a dead end. Walking a bit further, I see a man coming toward me. He's carrying a rifle and holds a dead rabbit by the ears. "Hello, miss. You're on private property. Did you take a wrong turn?" Hmm. I'm sorry, I must be lost. I'll turn around. Wait, are you Miss Delator by any chance? Yes, I am. How did you guess? That accent's pretty distinct. You're the spitting image of your grandmother. Well, when she was young, I mean. I'm Gerard Boratine, the warden. Nobody told me you were coming. Is the house open? No, well, yes, it's been a couple of months now. Since Miss Delator passed away, my wife's Gilberty and we've made sure everything's weatherproofed, but the door isn't locked. Really? Well, the only path goes past our house, and there ain't many visitors anyway. The villagers usually avoid coming up here, you know. Well, now, why would that be? Why do they avoid the house? People get worked up over nothing around here. An old lady living alone in a big house who doesn't go out much. That's enough to make 'em talk. Thank you. I'll be in the house if you're looking for me. I'll send my wife, Gilberty. She'll help you open the shutters. Just follow the path. It's not very far. You can't get lost. All right. Goodbye, Mr. Boratine, and have a nice day. About 100 yards further on the path in the woods ends, and I see a house standing in a kind of a clearing. Although several generations of Delators have lived here, for me this is the first time I've seen the estate. The building is impressive, with the tower at the center of the facade, the last vestige of an earlier castle, and surely the origin of my family name. As promised, the door is unlocked and opens into an entrance hall, plunged in darkness. As I walk across the threshold, the chill of the old stones strikes me, slicing through the searing heat of the midday sun, shining over the garden. Despite the gloom, I can make out the edges of the room, intimidating in its vastness, which makes a change from the tiny city apartments I'm used to. I'm struggling to open one of the windows to let in the light when a voice from the entrance startles me. Miss? An old woman stands at the threshold. Yes. My husband told me you were coming to the house. You planning to stay here for the night? Much more than the night. I'm moving in. Oh, and please call me Daphne. I'll get more than enough miss when I get started at the school. Did they tell you about the succession? So you're the madam's granddaughter then. She used to talk about you a lot, you know. I remember you. Well, I mean, it was a long time ago. You were still a baby when Miss Sophie left. Madam never got it. Well, I'm sure you've got a lot to tell me, but can you do it while you help me open the shutters? Oh, of course, I'm sorry. So you're moving into the castle. You're gonna work in the village school, aren't you? Yes, I'm a math teacher. I'm gonna teach there, well, at least for the next 6 months as a substitute. So tell me, how do you want to do this? What do you mean? You know, I know you've been working for my grandmother, but I'm not sure I can afford your services, if you see what I mean. The inheritance barely left me enough to cover the cost of the house for a couple of years. Oh, don't worry. Jared and I retired 2 years ago. But Madame didn't forget us in her will. She was kind enough to leave us the lodge to live out of for our days. We'll help as long as we're able. My husband and I, we've done this all our life. Hard work doesn't scare us. Anyway, we'd be bored with nothing to do all day. Oh, all right. Well, your help would be very welcome. That's great news. Without help, I don't know how I'd manage to get everything done in such a big house. And we'll be happy to give you a hand. Would you like me to get you some groceries from the market tomorrow? I used to do it for Madame. She didn't go out much, not after Miss Sophie left. Oh, no, don't worry. I'll go. It'll give me a chance to check the village out. Miss Boratine helps me put clean sheets on my bed. The window's now wide open to let out the musty air while ushering in the golden light of the summer evening setting sun. She leaves me alone for my first night in my new home. I spend the evening watching the antique television in the kitchen while eating a leftover sandwich I'd brought earlier on the highway. I try to sleep, far from the reassuring sounds of the cars and the lights of the city, the forest silence only broken by the unsettling squeak of floorboards and the hoot of a haunting owl. I'm predictably grouchy the next morning, and if the sight of the empty fridge hadn't driven me to action, I would have succumbed to the inviting comfort of the sofa and wasted my day napping in the living room. The market wasn't exactly what I'd imagined. We all have romantic notions of picturesque little county markets, but this one was purely functional. Nothing romantic about a butcher's stall, nor the fishmonger's radio tuned in far too loud to a local station that seemed to broadcast at this hour of the day a playlist of songs that used to be popular but are now utterly outdated. I'm buying some bread when someone barges in front of me. Give me 3 baguettes and 2 loaves of nut bread, sliced, please. I'm sorry, but I believe it was my turn. It's only take an instant. Don't worry. I don't care if it takes an instant or 10 minutes. You're not from around here, are you? What does that have to do with anything? Listen, miss, you really ought to educate yourself before you start making a scene. It's kind of embarrassing. See, I'm done already. Didn't take that long, did it? Have a nice day. Seriously? Who was that guy? Oh, you're not from around here, are you? He's Malterin's son. His family owns the sawmill that employs half the town, and the other half are all in business with them, one way or another. Does that give him the right to behave like that? You shouldn't cross the Maltresses, you know. They've been in town for generations, and people say all sorts of things about them. What kind of things? Strange accidents, businesses suddenly going bankrupt. Oh, people are pretty superstitious here. Really? Well, this is the country. Suppose a lot of people here still believe in that kind of stuff. People are free to think what they like. I'm leaving the area soon, so you'll understand. So you'll understand I don't want to get involved. The others told me to watch out for that family, and I don't want any trouble. I see. I realize I've already been here a few days, and I haven't even taken time to visit the house properly. With my busy schedule, I've confined myself to the main rooms, going from the bedroom to the kitchen or the living room. I ought to take advantage of the weekend to give myself a grand tour. Maybe I'll learn more about my grandmother and this family that I know so little about. I could try asking Miss Bertine a few questions, too. Up till now, she's been very evasive. If I go see her outside her work hours, she might be more inclined to answer me. She's a very discreet woman. Somehow she manages to never be in the same room as me. If I leave the kitchen for a while to take a shower, for example, when I come back, I always find the debris from my breakfast has been cleared away. The table has been wiped and the dishwasher's gently humming. I've told her several times not to make my bed, that I'm perfectly capable of doing it myself. She acknowledges me, but keeps on making it anyway. I guess she might enjoy a friendly visit. Where should I start? I want to check out either the tower or Mom's room. Let's check out the tower. I couldn't find the entrance to the tower. I searched inside and outside the house, but no door seems to lead to it. After randomly exploring the corridors and the rooms, I had to admit defeat. I'll have to ask Miss Bertine about this mystery. However, while I was searching for the dang entrance, my feet took me down to the basement, where I discovered a treasure trove of old wines. The most recent bottles were around 30 years old. I guess my grandmother wasn't much of a drinker, and the wine cellar must have remained untouched since her husband passed away. Did my mother come here during her teen years, defying her parents' rules, to steal a bottle to share with her friends from the village? I was convinced during one of those parties celebrated by my sacrificing these rare vintages. On the altar of youth. My mother, Sophie, not sober enough to resist the charms of some local young farmer. When I was old enough to ask her, she always told me with a dismissive wave of her hand that my father was from the village, and I hadn't wanted to recognize a child he hadn't asked for. Oh, is my father the owner of the sawmill? Oh, Daddy's the owner of the sawmill, isn't he? All in all, she said we were better off without him. Maybe I could bring a bottle to Miss Bertine. I'm not much of a drinker myself. Nah, I'll leave it. It's not a bad idea, and getting drunk like that in the middle of the day. No, it's a bad idea, and getting drunk like that in the middle of the day, it's not like me at all. What should I do next? My grandmother lived alone in this big house, so she kept most of the rooms shut and stayed on the ground floor on the left side of the building. I've taken over her living quarters, and with nights getting colder, I'm glad I don't have to keep the whole house warm. I look over the other rooms and the parlors on the ground floor and multiple bedrooms above. Everything seems frozen in time. The furniture's covered with white linen sheets, perhaps waiting for better days to return. Like the days before Adelaide was a window when my mother still lived under her roof, or was a widow when my mother still lived under her roof. Her old bedroom hasn't changed. It's still the room of a teenage girl. Even if I can see that someone has hastily made room for me, the baby about to be born. There's still band posters from another age pinned to the walls, and the crib where I might have spent my first few nights before my mother decided to leave. But there aren't any white linen sheets to protect the furniture in this room. It looks as though it's been cleared up recently. Alright, guess we're gonna go talk to Miss Routine. Good morning, Miss Routine. How you doing? Oh, hello, Miss Daphne. My joints ache a bit today. Must be cold weather. Summer always goes so fast. It's almost fall already, can you believe it? That's enough about me. You haven't come around here to listen to an old woman complain about her aches and pains. My dad always used to call those organ recitals. Think he got it from an elder at our church. How can I help you, miss? About my mother's bedroom, about the tower. Tell me, what was it like in the old days? So what was it like in the old days? Before my mom left, I mean. Oh, the end was already in sight when your mother left, if I may say so, miss. There were only your grandmother, Madame Adelaide, and Miss Sophie living here. Your grandfather died when your mother was still a little girl. An illness took him without warning, so it seems like the ladies of my family are cursed to always be single moms, if that's the case. Because Adelaide's husband died shortly after my mom was born. My mom got pregnant with me, and her baby daddy just said, no, I want nothing to do with you. I am unmuted this whole time, right? Yes. And like, her baby daddy said, peace out, no, I want nothing to do with you. And then there's me. I just had a really rough breakup, they said. I think supposedly I went through a divorce and just recently had a miscarriage. If I remember reading the description of the game right, I had a miscarriage and had been through a divorce. So, there's that. Oh, an illness. An illness that took him without warning. The doctors couldn't do anything for the poor man. But back when I arrived here, things were different. There were lots of people living in the castle. Cousins, uncles, aunts, and a whole gaggle of children. So, what happened? I don't really know. It just happened. There were unexplained deaths, accidents. Some of them left the area. We never heard from them again. Everything started to go downhill when the Maltairs bought the sawmill. What's the connection? Do you really think that's linked? I mean, there's no logical connection between buying a sawmill and all those accidents. I couldn't say, miss. All I know is that when the Maltairs flourish, the Delators wither. I met Maltair's son at the bakery. That lout? None of my business, of course, but you should be careful of him. He is a good-for-nothing who spends his whole time doing goodness knows what in his car. Oh dear. I don't judge people, or I agree. Well, I mean, so far, he hasn't made a great impression. But we don't really have too much to judge him on, just the fact that he's kind of like an I own this town, so get out of my way personality. I'm going to go with that. I'm going to have to agree with you, because so far what we know, yeah. Well, you're right. He did act like a bit of a jerk with me. You see, exactly my point. Now, while you're talking about the past, maybe you'd like to see the old photo albums. Absolutely. Tell me. Tell me where they are and I'll take a look at them. Thanks. They're in the cupboard in the living room. You'll see. There are even some of your great-grandmother's old photos. Something else? About my mother's bedroom. I visited the house, gone into every room, and I noticed all the furniture's been covered with white linen sheets. Yes, it was Madam, your grandmother, who asked me to close most of the rooms. She lived alone in that house, and she never really had any visitors. It was to prevent the furniture from being damaged. Why are you asking? Do you want me to open up the rest of the house? No, that's not why I was asking. One of the rooms, I'm guessing it was my mother's old bedroom? Why wasn't it closed like the others? It was what Madame wanted. You know, when Miss Sophie left, it broke her heart. She was never the same afterwards until the day she died. She never gave up hope that your mother would come back. She asked me to make up her room every day, just in case, she'd say. Something else? So about the tower. I couldn't find an entrance to the tower. Do you know how to get inside? Well, I couldn't say, miss, no. I couldn't tell you how to get in if my life depended on it. Madam, your grandmother, said that it had been walled up and that we were better off not knowing what was inside. Do you mean that no one's been inside the tower? For what, 30 years? 40? Goodness me, much more than that. I'm 67. I've been living here since I was 14, and the tower's always been that way. So nobody knows what's in the tower. But surely you must have some idea, don't you? You must have heard talk in the village, right? Well, it's just gossip. A waste of breath is what it is. What are you talking about? Oh, please don't press me, miss. Oh, with all due respect, I won't dirty your late grandma's name with all that nonsense. Something else? I suppose not. Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. I'll come back later. Suppose we look at the photo albums. I found the photo albums where Miss Boutine said they would be, and I discovered that my great-grandfather had an early passion for the dark room, and his photographs from the last century had survived time. The family was larger, with a swarm of children in the gardens and large tables at holiday gatherings. If worry could be read on the faces of the adults, if the future ruin and declaration of the house Delator could already crack the walls and yellow the wallpaper, it didn't show in these datorious daguerreotypes. I can't read that word. I found a couple of pictures of my mother, first as a child, then as a young girl. The discovery of this treasure moved me. I'd never before seen what she looked like when she was younger. The final picture showed her belly getting rounder and rounder. Then nothing. No more photos. As if nothing worth documented happened during the last 30 years. The conversation with Miss Boutine aroused my curiosity. The tower, the village, the Maltese. And I thought my relocation would lead to a life of austerity and isolation. I have to admit that what's going on in the village is far more intriguing than I anticipated. Unfortunately, the realities of everyday life catch up with me before I have time to look into it. I'm obliged to spend the last days of August preparing for my classes at the middle school, and I hadn't realized how much work that would involve. Oh, yeah, no, it takes a lot of work to be a teacher. So I spend most of my time shut up in the house, buried in textbooks for all the new classes I've been given. Then the first day of school arrived, and despite a few difficulties, after a couple of weeks, I began to get my bearings at the school. Life fell into a routine. The days passed like trains. Chapter 2 happens in September, by the way. I've decided to take advantage of the weekend and go back to the market. I'm sure someone will finally agree to tell me more than the tidbits I've managed to gather up to now. Especially about the Maltaire family, who seem to fascinate half the village and terrify the other half. I should start with the banker. If she hasn't finished her season already, she can't be far off. She wouldn't be she wouldn't be taking much of a risk sharing some gossip with me, seeing as she's leaving. No. Oh, with the baker, not the banker, baker. Seeing as she's leaving. Not until next summer. I see Jared Boutine on the other side of the square. He's talking to someone, a tall man with a self-possessed air. I could go over so that he has to introduce me, but the bakery is about to close. I might not get another chance to question Miss Bouchard. What should I do? So talk to Mr. Boutine or go to the bakery? Well, like the lady at the bakery did say she did not want to get involved, right? Like if we choose the bakery, she might be willing to talk gossip because like she said, she's planning on leaving. But she also said she did not want to get involved, right? However, it does seem like Mr. Boutine is over there talking to the man himself. The man, the myth, the legend himself. And might be willing to introduce me if I walk over and say hello. So, but I don't think we're gonna get much out of him other than his name and what his family does. Like, he's definitely not gonna spill the tea on his family, right? He's just going to tell me what he wants me to hear. We need somebody who's gonna spill the tea. Let's see what we can get out of the baker. Hello, Miss Bouchard.
Oh, hello, miss. You're in luck. I was just about to close.
Are you finishing the season soon?
Yes, I am. We ran a bit more into September than we planned, but that's it. We're calling it a day. 2 weeks vacation, then we're moving to the Alps, my husband and I. We're doing ski sessions, the ski season there.
Oh, that will make a change.
I'm glad to be leaving. The money's not bad, but I don't like the atmosphere around here.
So
it'll be one baguette as usual?
Yes, but I wanted to ask.
Yes?
What do you know about the Maltresses?
I told you, I don't want to talk about them. Oh, I don't want any trouble.
What exactly do you think's gonna happen? What exactly are you afraid of?
You seem like a nice young lady, so listen to me carefully.
She takes me by the arm, puts her face close to mine, and whispers,
The Maltresses, they're sorcerers. That's why they've got the whole village under their thumb. If you do something they don't like, bad things happen. Shh! How do you think I got this place? Bakers don't take 3-month vacations. Mr. Blanchard, the owner of this shop, 3 months in the hospital. Physio, the lot. The poor man, he fell down the stairs. The other shopkeepers, they told me he had words with the mayor.
With the mayor?
Well, yes.
Yeah, Yves. I want to say, Yvette? Yves?
Yves Maltree. He's the mayor of the village. Didn't you know?
Well, no, I didn't.
Apparently, they were talking one evening. Some petty quarrel about a land register, a fence that wasn't at the right place or something. Then bam! The next day, he falls down the stairs just like that.
But it's impossible. It must be just a coincidence. That type of thing doesn't happen in real life.
When it happens once, it's a coincidence. But when it happens every time someone gives the Maltrees any trouble.
You joke about it or you take it seriously? I suppose people around here take it seriously, but honestly, I just roll my eyes and take it as a joke. Eeny, meeny, chilly, beany, which one are we gonna do? I say we're gonna do this one. We're joking about it. Seriously, what exactly do they do then? Do they gather around bonfires at the full moon and slaughter the chickens for the glory of Satan?
You shouldn't joke about it. You'll bring bad luck down on us. Well, now you know as much as I do. You be careful of them. I'd hate it if it was my fault that something happened to you.
Don't worry about me. Goodbye, Miss Brouchard. I glance around for Mr. Bouatine and his mystery companion, but they're already gone. Too bad. I go around the shops trying to find out about the Maltrees, but as I buy fresh contents for my refrigerator. Unfortunately, now that I've been identified as the young heiress, their tongues are tied. The villagers have become surly, polite, yet distant. As I carry my groceries to the car, it begins to rain. And it doesn't stop for the whole weekend and the beginning of the next week. I'm at school teaching geometry to my 6th grade class when the weather finally grants us a glimpse of the sun. But the respite is short-lived when a bit later I discover a summons to the principal's office in my locker. Even though I'm now on the other side of the fence, I'm no longer a risk. And I no longer risk a detention. I admit it worries me a little, adding a sense of menace to this otherwise radiant September day. When I venture into the principal's office, I discover Mr. Chestnut, the principal, in a heated debate with someone who I guess is the irate mother of one of my pupils. The poor man is ashen. He cowers behind his desk, and he's so hunched up in his big leather chair, it's as if he's melting into the upholstery. Jean Chestnut, please, Mrs. Lufkett, you must admit that your demands are most unusual, to say the least. We've had nothing but praise for Miss Delatour's professionalism and her devotion to teaching of mathematics. Ah, here she comes. Mr. Chesset fixes me with an imploring gaze, as if I was his only hope of salvation. Did you want to see me?
Yes, please, take a seat. Let me introduce you to Miss Lafquette, Jean-Baptiste's mother. You know, one of your 6th grade students.
Miss Laquette. It's nice to meet you. I'm Miss Daphne Delator. Mrs. Dufay's substitute. I'm really very satisfied with your son's work. He's an excellent student.
Are you kidding me? You must realize I'm not here to talk about my son's math skills. Look, Mr. Chassett. I'm not going to exchange words with this. Anyway, we had an arrangement, you and I hope you keep to your word.
I hear the director mutter in his beard. But we hadn't agreed to anything. I don't know what to make of the situation. After a few seconds that feel like hours, I give up and say, what exactly is the problem? I'm sure we can find a solution.
I'm not sure how to tell you this. Miss Laquette wishes to remove her son from your class.
Did I do something to offend? I don't understand. Everyone seems quite happy with my work. Why would you want to remove your son from my class?
This has nothing to do with your teaching. Miss Laquette, be reasonable. You can't ask us to change the classes just like that for no good reason. For no good reason? That's it! You're falling under the Delator's spell, too! That family of pagans! You arrive in town and just like that you think you can get away with anything. But me, oh, I can see what you're up to, and I won't be fooled like the others. Do you want me to say it? Do you want me to say it, what you are? A witch!
Those tales of witchcraft have nothing. In that case, it may be unwise to make me angry. I don't appreciate your insinuations, and I will not have my name associated with your archaic superstitions. I'm a scientist, and I assure you that I do not believe in any of this nonsense. And you, Mr. Chestnut, I hope you won't let yourself be influenced by these medieval beliefs. I would happily continue to explain myself to but Mr. Chestnut interrupts to cut short the discussion.
You see, I was sure if we discussed it rationally we would come to a consensus. I trust you're reassured, Miss Laquette. And Miss Delator, I hope I can rely on you to take good care of our dear Jean-Baptiste's progress.
Of course, sir. I'll pay special attention.
What? Oh, you're in it together. There's no other explanation. Oh, you Delator, you won't get away with this. You haven't heard the last of me.
Without warning, she leaves the room, slamming the door behind her. There's an awkward silence, which is quickly broken by Jean Chestnut.
That's the third time she's burst into my office for this nonsense. I believe I owe you one, Daphne.
It's my job. You're welcome, Mr. Chestnut. Soothing parents' irrational fears is also part of the job description, is it not? When I finally get out of school, it's almost dark and the rain is pouring down again. As if today's events hadn't already annoyed me enough. I can't believe that woman came to criticize my work. And on what grounds? I mean, could she have been more bogus? Seriously, this isn't the Middle Ages. I'm sure they'd have me burned at the stake for less back then, because of some stupid superstitions.
I've lit a cigarette and I'm sitting by the window brooding over these thoughts, when suddenly the headlights of a car illuminate the bend in the road. To my surprise, it turns at the gates and comes up to the lane to the house. Who would visit me this late? I think I recognize the grubby gray van with the ladder on its roof and the hasty patched-up right-wing mirror. How is it possible? What is he doing here? I run down the stairs. I open the front door. Frank? There he is, my ex-lover, at the door, drenched by the relentless rain. My heart sinks at the thoughts of seeing him, talking to him once again, just when I've resigned myself to the fact that he was a remnant of the past. First happy, then not so much. How did he know? How did he find me? I hadn't even told him I was leaving. Daphne, how long you plan on making me wait in the rain? We need to talk. But what are you doing here? Frank stands in the hall, watching me, clearly annoyed. I'm fine, thanks for asking. I know we broke up, but it didn't even cross your mind to call and let me know that you were moving to the other side of the country? Again, broke up, none of your business. I mean, what do you mean? Come on, explain. It's none of your business. It's got nothing to do with you. You said it yourself. We broke up. All right then, tell me why I'm still getting your mail. My mail? Yeah, a letter from your mother. I know your relationship's difficult, so I figured it's probably important. And then I had to track you down, which wasn't exactly child's play. Would have been easier if you'd left me your new address. Since I'm between jobs, I thought I'd take a few days off. Smiled at me, looking amused, then pretending to check out the room. He adds, funny, I've been dreaming of a weekend in a bed and breakfast, or should I say a castle and breakfast? No. Absolutely not. I'm sure this town has a lovely inn. You may feel free to avail yourself of it. So what do you think? It's a little bigger than our old flat on Main Street. Do you ever get lost on the way to the bathroom? You know, I've always thought you were a bit of a toff. Wouldn't you agree, Lady Daphne? Quit talking crap. What, you don't like Lady Delator? What about Lady Daphne? Your Grace? Your Grace. Sounds perfect, don't you think? Frank's wandering around the hall, inspecting the furniture and the ornaments. If there's one thing he's particularly good at, it's the way he can diffuse tense situations. You mind if we talk about it tomorrow? I've got to say, I'm shattered. As he speaks, he pulls a letter from the inside of his pocket and places it on the chest of drawers in the hall. Your mother's letter. I know it's not easy for you, but if you need to talk about it, I'm right here. Did you read it? Thank you. Well, if it's okay with you, I'm going to crash on your sofa for a few hours. Hi. Yeah, not okay with me. There's like 4,000 rooms up there. I can't let you sleep on the sofa. No. Avail yourself of our town's lovely inn. This is a bad idea. I'll set you up in a guest room. Even better, show me the way. I wake up early the next morning. Frank must still be asleep upstairs and won't be awake for at least a couple hours if I know him.
I don't feel like getting up yet, so I decide to stay snuggled under the quilt for a few more minutes. I think about what happened yesterday and how odd the situation is. Frank is still fast asleep in a room just a few yards away from mine. I can't believe he came all this way just to bring me a letter from my mom. Is he regretting our breakup? Is this letter just a pretext to see me again? I was ready to never see him again after everything we'd gone through. We met almost 10 years ago. It was so unlucky. We had such completely different lifestyles. He was a carpenter and I was a freshman at the university, science major. I'd just arrived in town. There was a party at an acquaintance's. I still don't know why I was invited. I don't know why I went either. I guess when you're 20 years old, you jump at any occasion to go out. Guess the idea of escaping my student digs was enough to convince me to put on a pretty dress and jump on a bus. Frank shouldn't have been there either. He was working on a particularly demanding project, but our hostess had insisted until he'd given up and agreed to come. There's some things even science can't explain, I guess. We connected immediately. Then it was the same old story. A few years later, we moved in together. It was stupid paying 2 rents when we were living with each other all the time. 2 years ago, we took things a step further. Frank's small carpentry business was doing well. My PhD was on track. The subject came up by itself. Frank asked me if I wanted to have a baby. For him, it was simple. He was so sure about it. He was so sure of everything, of the strength of our relationship, that he didn't want to wait any longer. That was the right time. I had cold feet at first, objecting that I wanted to finish my PhD first, that we would have to think about it, but he managed to convince me, yeah, that's not great. Wasn't that hard. I loved him more than anything, and I knew that sooner or later I would want to start a family with him. Why wait? We were happy. Then, late in the pregnancy, a few weeks before the due date, I lost the child. Yeah, see, she had a miscarriage. They made me keep the lifeless thing in my belly for days until the doctors decided to induce labor. Unfortunately, that can happen. I've heard with a miscarriage, they didn't understand what had gone wrong. Frank stayed with me at every step, held my hand as I expelled death from my womb. The doctor refused to let me see the baby, objecting that I was too fragile to handle it. But I saw Frank's eyes when they pulled the motionless and silent corpse out of me. I clung to him as much as I could, but there was a chasm in my chest. I didn't want to admit it to myself, but I knew something was irrevocably broken. Frank decided to incinerate the body and scatter the ashes. Burying the body meant naming it, making it, in a way, exist, and that was much more than we could bear. In any case, I was incapable of making any decisions. Then the first shockwave and the tsunami it created in our lives finally receded, and I realized our relationship was doomed. We did all we could to overcome the misery, but sooner or later we had to face facts. We broke up without a fight. We agreed we couldn't go on like that. Frank kept our old apartment, and I took a furnished flat in the meantime. Then a couple of months later, the notary told me that my grandmother had just passed away. that she'd bequeathed everything to me. I take a quick shower, then go downstairs. The noise from the coffee machine tells me that Frank found his way to the kitchen. Mom's letter is still propped on the chest of drawers in the hall. I'll have to open it sooner or later. What should I start with? Let's deal with Mom first, and then we'll deal with him. The envelope is dog-eared and yellowing, as though it had traveled a lot. The stamp is foreign. The letter tells me that it was probably posted somewhere in Asia. I open it with a shaking hand. It's the first news I'd had from her in years. It's been, 5 years? 6 years? Can't remember the last time we talked. Frank was never even met her. She was always a terrible mother, extremely controlling, but also glacially cold and strict. When I turned 18, I got a university scholarship which allowed me some financial independence, which in turn quickly became total independence. I couldn't put up with her interference in my life any longer. Little by little, we lost touch. 1 year later, I made an excuse not to visit her at Christmas. Next year, I just sent her a card, started to filter her calls, and one day the phone stopped ringing. The bond was broken. The years have passed without me noticing her absence. When I tried to contact her, she had disappeared without leaving any address. I must admit, I didn't try very hard to track her down, neither. And now, out of nowhere, she comes back into my life with this letter? Her nervous, jerky handwriting hasn't changed. The content of the letter, though, is as cryptic as it is brief. Daphne, please don't accept the inheritance from your grandmother. Don't go back there. You'll be putting yourself in danger. Regards, Sophie Delator. That closing says a lot about her tender-heartedness. I wasn't expecting your mommy who loves you, but, well, Mom never talked about the time she spent here with my grandmother at the castle. It seemed obvious to me that something had happened, but what? I turn this over in my mind as I enter the kitchen. Frank holds a steaming mug of coffee and is gazing out through the French windows. So you managed to figure out the coffee machine? You know me. Without my morning caffeine, I'm a total zombie. You sleep well? I've been thinking things over. I have to admit, I didn't get much sleep with you being here. I know it stirred up some stuff for me, too. And you must have guessed I haven't traveled 300 miles just to play mailman. I figured your arrival might have an ulterior motive. I think you know exactly why I'm here, so I'm going to ask you straight out. What do you think, Daphne? Tell me. Should we try and start over together? No! No, you tried it once. It didn't work. Do not play this, we're going to try it, and then it didn't work, and then we're going to try it again, and then it's not going to work again. Don't play this game. No. No. No, do not play that game. You tried it, and it didn't work. Do not play this game. Look, I don't think it's such a good idea. Not after everything we've been through. All right. At least that's very clear. To my astonishment, his face relaxes all at once. He grins at me and changes the subject. So, seriously, what have you been doing here all this time? Tell him about my new job as a teacher. He's more interested in hearing about the village and insists on knowing every detail of the unbelievable story about the Maltese and the tower with no entrance. I also tell him about my mom's letter. He's not sure what to make of it either. Right. Well, gotta say, your stories are very exciting, but also kind of worrying.
Here's what I suggest. Whatever happens, I'm going to stick around here for a while. Why? I don't have any contracts in the near future, and I can afford to give myself a couple of weeks off. After that, we'll see. If I find some work around here, I'll stay for a few more months. It's not as if there's anyone waiting for me to come home, and it would give us some time to think things over. I don't need to think things over. I already gave you an answer. Does it bother you if I Does it bother you if Does it bother you if stay at the castle for a week or two? Yeah, okay, I'm not reading that wrong. It's supposed to say, does it bother you if I stay at the castle for a week or two? Just until I can find a room somewhere. I'd rather you didn't, dear. Listen, all things considered, I prefer you check into a hotel if you really want to stay around. It's complicated enough without you under my feet, especially with our past. Okay, fine, I understand. I'll be popping around for coffee from time to time, so be prepared. No! No, I just kicked you out of my house. That is not, I told you I don't want to see you. You said, hey, you want to start up a relationship again? I said, yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. I'm not really in the headspace for that right now. I don't think you and I are going to work anymore. No. And you said, cool, that's fine. I'm good with that. I'm still going to stay around and see if I can change your mind. Mind if I stay at your house? And I said, no. I am not cool with that. Please go stay at a hotel. And he says, yeah, that's cool. I'm still just going to barge into your place for coffee now and again. Hope you're cool with that. Just kidding, don't care. What? Yeah, I don't like him. He seems like he's kind of pushy from the get-go. Like, even in her flashback when she was like, he wants to have a baby and she wanted to finish her PhD first. And he was like, no, we should do it now. Perfect timing. And she was like, no, I really want to finish my PhD first. No. He seems kind of pushy. And this is just confirming my whole he seems kind of pushy thing. No, I don't like that. But, no buts. You owe me that at least, don't you think? For what? I owe you for what? I owe you nothing. I did not ask you to come down here. I did not. You figured out where I lived. You could have just mailed the letter to me. Nobody asked you to come driving down here. Nobody asked you. I did not ask anything of you. No. No. I do not owe you anything. I'll get going then. Don't want to make you late. Before I have a chance to react, he's planted a kiss on my cheek and is out the door. I hear his van engine fading into the distance. I try to put my thoughts in order as I drive to school. It's quite a lot to digest. The day flies by fast as an arrow. With everything that's happened since yesterday, I'm having trouble keeping my mind on my work. When I get to the castle, night has fallen on the house, and the house is dark and empty as usual. I wonder if I should have asked Frank to stay after all. Nope, that's just asking for trouble. It would have been company for me, if only for a few days. No, mustn't second guess myself. It would have been a mistake to let him stay. Oh! He's pushy as all get out. He's already being like, okay, you don't want to restart something? Cool, I respect your decision. Still gonna try and restart something though. That's literally the opposite of respecting my decision. Okay. Can I stay here a few days? No! Go get a hotel. Cool. Still gonna come by for coffee, though. You owe me that. No, I don't. Cool. Still gonna kiss you even though you told me no. Yeah, no. Asking him to stay would have absolutely been a mistake. This dude is pushy as all get out. If you had asked him to stay, he would have been pushing you way past what you are ready for right now. No. No. And honestly, the fact that he walks into this house and just like immediately starts checking this place out and is like, ooh, you seem to be rich now. Now I'm super interested. Yeah, no, 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 no. I'm not okay with this guy. Days, then weeks go by. Sometimes I run into Frank at the market. We make small talk, almost too small. One weekend he drops by for coffee, but I've gone out. I find a note stuck to the door. I begin to wonder if our relationship has become one huge missed opportunity. No, it's just missed. No. I'm walking in the forest. The leaves have begun to redden and the trees are clad in bits of in the bold colors of fall. It's getting late, but I'm too busy strolling along the path. I hadn't noticed, but the night has begun to fall. I can see the castle at the end of the trail, but as I get closer, it seems to move away. I feel a presence behind me. I tell myself that I don't believe in that rubbish, but I can feel myself yielding to panic. I begin to run. The house has disappeared completely, and I find myself in some kind of meadow. There's something in the middle, something that softly reflects in the moonlight. As I get closer, I discover it's an oval pool filled with a silvery liquid. The image reflected on the surface is me, but not me at the same time. The sensation of dissonance gets stronger as I draw nearer. I can make out my facial features, but something's changed. I wear a severe skirt, not the kind of thing I have in my wardrobe. Something in my bearing gives me an air of authority, of confidence. Maybe it's my hair wrapped in a tight bun, or the heavy fringe that now covers my forehead. I reach toward the mirrored surface. My fingers stretch out, and the reflection starts to tremble, as if it was resonating. When my finger touches the cold and strangely calm surface, it shatters into 1,000 pieces. For a few moments, the darkness is absolute. I'm in some kind of garden. A heavy fog surrounds me. I'm moving towards a reddish light that pulls me towards it like a lighthouse in a muffled, turbid storm. I can make out a statue, a sort of human-sized sphinx carved in granite. There's something majestic yet profoundly sad in the hunched-up, impassive attitude of the creature. When I'm close enough to distinguish it, I realize the creature wears my face. I see my countenance reflected in hers, like a mirror. Then her eyes come alive, and the imploring, helpless look seems to beg for mercy. I'm frozen in contemplation, my heart overflowing with sadness and awe, when I once again feel the sickening presence, like a warmth beneath, like a warm breath on my back, warmth and breath on my back of my neck. Ugh. I turn, struggling against the terror which invades me, and suddenly I'm fallen endlessly. Darkness bruises me. I wake up with a jolt. Chapter 3, October. I'm barefoot in the grass. Before me, the black mass of the forest seems to invite me. I feel a hand on my arm. Miss, I heard a noise, so I came to check. Miss Bertine is standing next to me, looking concerned. What am I doing here? What happened? A bad dream. A bad dream, miss. Just a bad dream. Come on, let's get you back to bed. It's the forest, right? The Sphinx calling me. Miss Boratine guides me back to my bedroom. I fall into a dreamless sleep. When I wake up again, the sun is well up in the sky. I'm surprised to see Miss Boratine still there, asleep in a chair on the other side of the room. She's sleeping so peacefully, I almost feel guilty waking her up. Miss Boratine? Oh, hello, Miss Daphne. Sorry, I must have dropped off. Dropped off? But what are you doing here? Oh, don't you remember? You gave us quite a fright last night. My Jared heard you go out. He heard a noise and went to check on what it was. And when he saw it was you, he woke me up so I could take you back to bed. We're used to it anyways. It used to happen to Madame, your grandmother, quite often. Once or twice a month we'd find her wandering in the garden, and we'd have to put her back to bed. It must be the moon. The moon? Well, yes, she always did it when the moon was full. You know what they say, don't you, about the full moon? I don't see the connection. I don't know. There's really no specific proof that the moon influences behavior. Well, those scientists are always a step or two behind. I speak from experience. The full moon always brings something with it. You have to beware of full moon dreams. I actually did have a strange dream last night. It's funny you mention it. I did have a strange dream, actually. I was in the forest, and then there was a mirror and a sphinx. A sphinx, you say? Did you know that that's part of your family's coat of arms? Maybe you saw it there. Well, perhaps the coat of arms? Yes, that's right. The blazon of the Delators. You should have a look. It's carved into the tower wall. A blazon with a tower and a sphinx. A bit like the one on, like that one from the pyramids. I'll take a look when I get a chance. Thanks, you're right. Maybe I did see it there. Well, miss, if you don't need me anymore, I'll go back to the lodge. Jared must be waiting for me to fix his lunch. Yes, of course. Off you go. I know how to look after myself. In that case, have a good day, miss. And if you need anything at all, you just let me know. Miss Boratine goes, leaving me alone with my questions. I'm telling myself that this might be the moment to call Dr. Durrant. He said I could call him if I felt the need, and I'm afraid that the time has come. Maybe he'll have some answers, and it can't do any harm in any case. I don't like your doctor. You need a new doctor. I pick up the phone and dial his number. Hello? Dr. Durrant, it's Daphne Delator.
Ah, hello, Daphne. Why are you calling?
Well, you told me I could call.
True, but you haven't been in touch since August, and now you're calling me on a Sunday morning. I'm guessing it must be important.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize. I can call you back tomorrow if you prefer.
No, you were right to call me. That's precisely why I gave you this number. And I'll be more tuned in now than I would be in between patients tomorrow.
I quickly run through everything that's happened since I arrived. I end with the reoccurring dream. I don't know if you can call it the recurring since you just had it once. And with what happened last night.
Listen, Daphne, I understand why you've called me, but there's no cause for alarm. There's no proven treatment for sonasombolism, and everything suggests that it's an isolated crisis, certainly due to your new environment.
But you must have an explanation for the dream, don't you?
Well, for that, we can look into psychoanalysis. Tell me, how would you interpret it?
Premonition or disturbed by the changes? I don't know. It didn't seem like it was a great dream. I agree with you. Must be all the changes I've been through recently, and all the things I found out about my family. It must have affected me more than I thought.
See? Understanding the cause of the problem means you're already on the path to resolving it. You were very brave to leave as you did. Take care of yourself. Allow yourself time to get your bearings, and everything will be fine. You'll see.
Thank you, Doctor.
You told me your ex-partner has paid you a visit. How do you see things there?
It's intrusive. I think it's very pushy. I didn't move to the other side of the country to have him follow me.
Your violent reaction seems to indicate you still have unresolved issues. Maybe you could take advantage of his presence there to talk over your relationship. Be honest with him and yourself.
See, again, he seems to be pushing me towards this guy. And I don't like him. You're probably right.
You're on your way to finding a new balance, and it's up to you to decide if it's with Frank or without him.
It's without him. I've already made a decision. We've honestly already made the decision. It's without him. Quite obviously, it's without him. Otherwise, we would not have broken up. That's exactly what I plan to do.
So you mentioned a young man, Stanalysis, is that right?
Why are you talking about him? Yes, I did, but I don't see what he's got to do with my relationship with Frank.
Don't get worked up. I'm just surprised you took the time to tell me every detail of your meeting with this man, since you only met him for a couple of minutes.
I see. I see where you're going with this, but I'm afraid you're on the wrong track with me and Melatea. No, it honestly hasn't even crossed my mind.
Without talking about romance, I'm simply trying to point out some difficulties you may have with bonding with new people.
How dare you! I'm sorry. I am not having issues bonding with new people. I am getting along fine with the caretakers. I'm getting along fine with the baker. I'm getting along fine with the principal. I'm getting along great with my students. I am not having a problem bonding with new people. I'm just not interested in my ex and don't want to get close to some butthead who cut in front of me in the bakery line. How is that having problems with bonding with new people? You're latching on to two guys in my life, and that's it. And to be perfectly honest, neither one of them are good people.
You left in order to start afresh, didn't you? One last thing before we get back to our regular Sundays.
Yes.
How do you feel about your new job?
I like it a lot. I know I wasn't sure about it when I left, but believe it or not, I love my job.
It's perfectly normal to be anxious about in your situation. I was sure you'd enjoy it.
That's not what you said when I left. When I left, you told me I was crazy for leaving. You were right. Teaching is really fulfilling. It's so satisfying to enable those young brains to get a grip on complex ideas.
I'm glad to hear that. Hang on to that positive element. It'll help you through the trials that life throws at you. All right, Daphne. I'm sorry, but I have to go. I'm glad to hear you're more at peace. No matter what, I don't think you've got any need to worry. It's perfectly normal to doubt yourself and to need time to get your bearings.
I'm glad to hear you say that.
As for your sleepwalking episode, be alert, but don't be alarmed. You told me about the wardens living nearby. Perhaps you can ask them to be on their guards in case it happens again. Call me if you do ever feel yourself getting overwhelmed, and if needed, I'll refer you to a colleague. Ooh, sorry, it's his voice. Always makes me yawn. In your area.
Okay.
Oh, and unless it's an emergency, try to check in on a day of the week before you jump at the phone next time.
Yes, of course, Doctor. I'll try to limit my sleepwalking to weekdays from now on.
All right, we'll say no more about it. Have a good Sunday.
Thanks. You too. I'm recovering from my night lolling on the sofa with a good book and a cup of tea. I hear someone knocking. I'm surprised to find Frank beaming at me on the porch and holding a bunch of flowers.
Carnations, your favorites. When I saw them at the market, I thought of you right away.
He hands me the flowers as he steps inside.
How about a coffee?
Not a good time. I'm sorry, but this isn't a good moment. Could we do this another time? No, I've already told you no several times.
What's wrong? You having a nap?
He's already inside and on his... See, I told you! Pushy! And I hate that about him. Way too pushy!
It's through here, right? I didn't come 300 miles to admire the scenery. I came to spend time with you. I've got a headache. Or I've got better things to do. Isn't going to cut it, okay?
Did not ask you to come 300 miles to see me. Did not ask for this. You made this choice. And in fact, if you had called me, I would have saved you the trip and told you no.
And you're going to have to put up with me a while longer. I've got a few jobs set up in the area. So tell me, how are you doing?
Resigned, I let him put the flowers in a vase and fix us 2 cups of coffee. We chat for a while in passing. I tell him about my eventful night. I listen to him with half an ear as I prepare my classes for the week. 1 hour and 2 coffees later, Frank finally decides to get the point.
You told me about your tower with no door. Do you remember? I've got to admit, I was pretty intrigued. Would you mind if I take a look?
Not at all. Help yourself. As intrigued as you are, I'm wondering what might be inside.
In that case, I'll investigate and report back to you.
Do you want me to check it? Do you want me to check for an old pipe? I think you ought to be properly equipped, don't you, Sherlock Holmes?
Very funny, very funny. I'm sure I can resolve the mystery of the Yellow Room.
Frank goes off to do his stuff, and I get back to my blanket and my thriller. He reappears late in the afternoon, his coat covered with dust and his shoes covered in mud. So, from the look on your face, I'm guessing it wasn't elementary, my dear Watson.
Nope, I have to admit defeat.
So, what are your conclusions?
That there must be an entrance somewhere, but I couldn't find it. I tried to get in by the wall with the ladder, but the arrow's slits are too narrow and too deep. I can't see anything inside, let alone get in, unless I blow up the wall.
Miss Boratine.
Miss Boratine caught me doing my acrobatic acts, so I took the chance to ask her a few questions. Apparently, she's got no idea what's inside either.
Told you so.
When I suggested getting in by the roof, she immediately advised me against it. Apparently, the roof hides another older stone ceiling. No way in that way. And thinking about that kind of scaffold, the kind of scaffold thing I need to get up there, I think I'll take her word for it.
Well, at least you tried.
Sure. Well, I'd better go. I've got a big day tomorrow. Thanks for the coffee.
You're welcome. See you later.
See you.
I didn't dream that night. Monday was particularly tiresome. I don't know if the students are conspiring to wind me up, or if it's just that I'm not completely over my disturbing weekend. To top it off, as I head to the school gates, I see Miss LeVake glaring balefully at me as she waits for her son. I suppose she'll leap on the chance to give me an earful. After my long day, it's tempting to dodge her, even if it's not very professional. As I'm weighing the pros and cons, I realize she's already striding towards me. What should I do? You know what? Let's let her come. Why not? I'm bracing myself for an unpleasant 15 minutes when I feel a hand on my arm.
Oh, Miss Delator! I'm in luck. I just wanted the word with you.
It's Stanialis. We're just going to call him Stanley, I'm sorry. It's Stanley Malatar, holding a young child by the hand. Miss Lovelock immediately turns on her heels and goes back outside the gates. Pierre Yves Malator, Uncle Stan, who's this lady?
Well, Pierre, this pretty lady is Daphne Delator. She lives at the castle.
At Witch's Castle? Well, you're not a witch, are you, miss?
Do excuse him. As you can tell, he's not afraid to speak his mind.
He adds with a wink. He takes after his uncle.
He takes after his uncle, I suppose.
I crouch down to the child's height. Maybe, but I'm a nice witch. Just kind of play around with him. He's a kid. We'll play with him. Since I live in a witch's castle, I must be a witch, right? Hides behind his uncle's legs, intimidated. Yes. In that case, I must definitely be one. But perhaps I'm the nice kind of witch, don't you think? Do they exist, Uncle Stan? Or nice witches?
Of course they do. Miss Delator is a teacher at a middle school. She knows what she's talking about.
I stand up, notice Stanley is putting out his hand.
I don't believe we've been formally introduced. Stanley Melatoir. My friends call me Stan. Thank God. I cannot pronounce your actual name.
Daphne Delatour. But it seems you already know that.
Of course! You must have noticed how fast news spreads around here, Daphne. May I call you Daphne? When my father discovered something was going on at the castle, he had to know what was happening. I hope you'll excuse him. The poor man's obsessed with the Delators. But don't let that put you off. The rest of the family isn't cut from the same cloth.
Okay, so I'm assuming he's actually my cousin. Or something of the like.
We must have a coffee together one of these days. Get to know each other. I'm sure we have a lot in common.
Yeah, I'm sure we do. I think we're related. Before I have a chance to answer, he adds,
By the way, did you receive your invitation to the cocktail party?
Cocktail party?
I do hope you'll come. My father always makes me attend, but it's aristocracy stuffy.
Uncle Stan, can we go for my snack?
Yes, Pierre, in a minute. Well, Junior wants his snack. We'd better go. Say goodbye to Daphne, Pierre.
Hi, hey, my name's Pierre Yves, not Junior. The child takes my hand. Will you come with us, Aunt Daphne?
I think he might have adopted you. Auntie Daphne has things to do. She can't come with us this time. Come on, let's go home. You're driving.
For real?
Of course not. Daphne, it was lovely to meet you. See you soon.
Stan and Junior have disappeared in a sports car, and I'm left speechless on the sidewalk trying to sort out what just happened. When I get back to the house, I discovered I have mail. An elegant square envelope containing an invitation to a cocktail party. I guess that's what Stan was talking about. Looks like I've been invited to the reopening of the Town Hall Gardens that have just been renovated. I bet all the cream of local society will be there, so it could be an excellent opportunity to learn more about the Maltreses. I could ask Frank to come with me, but I know this kind of social event isn't really his cup of tea. I am asking him anyway! No, thank you! I am not sending those kinds of mixed messages to that man. On the other hand, going on my own. Do not ask Frank. No, I'd rather go on my own. Then again, it would be rather hypocritical to ask him, considering our situation. D-Day arrives fast. As I start to prepare for the evening, I'm confronted with a quandary. Blue dress or standard black cocktail? I like the blue dress, it's pretty. I can deduce from the elegance of the invitation card that the proper attire is required, so I guess it's not jeans and a shirt. It's not a jeans and shirt kind of do. I don't own anything remotely appropriate for this kind of occasion, but after running through the wardrobe in my mother's room, I find 2 dresses that might be suitable, and I can't choose. On the one hand, there's a long empire-lined dress. I suspect it was more to my grandmother's taste and criteria of elegance. To be honest, I can't imagine my mother wearing this by choice. It's pale blue, a color that generally suits my complexion. The other option is a black strapless, short and tight-fitting. I can totally see my mother wearing this. It's exactly the kind of thing she would have worn for nights out. Unlike the blue one, it leaves very little to the imagination between the bare shoulders and the length, or rather lack of length, of the skirt. Which one should I choose? I like the blue one. It looks prettier. Yeah. I might be a bit overdressed, but I think this is the most sensible option. Now that I've dealt with the dress, I just need to sort out my hair. I pin it into an elegant updo and add a touch of makeup, and I'm ready to leave. It's already late when I leave the house. I climb into my little car, and a few minutes drive later, I'm there. The town hall gardens are magnificent, with the trees robed in the flaming colors of fall. There are already a lot of people in the small groups, glasses of wine in hand. The guests are all dressed to the nines, and the event looks more like a lavish wedding than a gathering in a small country village. Besides, everybody at this thing would be wearing the standard little black dress. Stand out! Wear something fun. Everybody's probably going to go with the standard little black dress. Wear something fun. The Maltreses clearly don't bulk at the expense. I barely have time to ask for a cup of champagne at the buffet before I'm approached by a large man in a tall black suit. He's closely followed by a tall and haughty blonde woman. It's reasonable to assume she's his wife.
Oh, good evening, young lady. You must be the castle's new owner. I'm so glad you came to our little party. I must confess I've been eager to learn a bit more about you. Yves Maltaire. Let me introduce you to my wife, Claudette Maltaire.
Good evening, Miss Delator.
Daphne, pleased to meet you. Her icy handshake contrasts sharply with her husband's bonheur. I can read a mix of contempt and distaste in her eyes. Odd.
It looks like my daughter, Salome, has been ambushed by old Mr. Murray.
He waves his hand toward a pretty young blonde woman across the path. She's leaning down to an old man in a wheelchair who's caught her by the wrist and seems determined to hang on to her as long as decency allows.
As for my son, I believe you've already met him.
Yes, I have.
Well, now that we're done with the introductions, let me get to the point. I must tell you, my invitation wasn't without an ulterior motive.
I did figure about as much.
As you'll see for yourself later during the opening ceremony, we're very concerned about the preservation of our local cultural heritage here in the village. And as you may have heard, our relations with your grandmother were, how could I put it, strained.
Your point, sir? Yes, I had heard about that.
I imagine your maintenance costs at the castle must be quite significant. If you would agree to open it up to visitors a few times a year, the town council may be able to help you with some of those expenses.
I'm not. So, it's worth a thought? Or thanks, but no thanks. Like, I don't want to dismiss him immediately. Like, doing something with the castle that I own is not a bad idea. But I'm not necessarily going to let him buy the place outright. So, like, I don't want him to get the idea that I'm willing to sell, is the thing. Like, I don't want him to get the idea that I'm willing to sell, but I also don't want him to get the idea that, but I also, like, I'm gonna need to do something with the house after my teaching gig is up, right? I'm like turning it into a B&B, or, you know, doing something, or, you know, opening it up for historical tours. That's not a bad idea. Opening small sections is not a bad idea. So it's worth a thought. Your offer's certainly worth considering.
It is, isn't it? I'm sure it's a win-win situation. The tower especially is an architectural marvel. A building so old and so well conserved is extremely rare, you know. It's almost criminal to keep it out of the public eye, and it would be absolutely tragic to see it fall into disrepair due to lack of maintenance.
It's not the kind of decision one can take lightly. I'll have to think it over. See, that's what I was hoping for. I was hoping she wouldn't just jump on it and be like, I'll think about it, sir. I'll think about it. I'm not just going to dismiss you out of hand, but I'm also not going to jump on it.
Anyway, let me assure you that I have the very best intentions, and I hope with all my heart that your move here will signal a new cordiality between our families.
What happened between our families? Could you tell me what happened between the Maltese and the Delators?
This village is a hornet's nest, and the small trifles can take on enormous proportions. My grandfather had a grudge against the Delators when I was born. I'm not even sure he knew the origins of the quarrel.
I'm not entirely sure you're correct. Then, how do you explain my mother leaving? I'd guess you're about the same age. I really don't see her leaving the area just because of a trifle.
Daphne, it's been 30 years. That's a lot of water under the bridge.
Then tell me the truth. What really happened?
Rehashing the past would only add fuel to the fire. Trust me. You'll have to excuse me, but it's getting late, and I need to prepare for the unveiling. Have a nice evening.
But Eve's Maltese disappears into the crowd. But now I know who the other members of the family are. I'll be able to question them directly. Salome is dealing with the old man. And Clotha and Claudette is, I'm going to call her Claudette. I don't know what Clothite is. And Claudette, her mother, has taken advantage of her husband's departure to move over to the buffet. And after all, I'm not obliged to make small talk. I could also decide I've seen enough and go home. What should I do? Let's go for Salome. She seems like she needs to be rescued. When she sees me approaching, Salome seizes her chance and manages, finally, to extract herself from Mr. Murray's clutches.
Yeah, she seems like she needs to be rescued.
Was my thing, is it seems like Mr. Murray is kind of, forcing himself into Salome's attention, and she does not want that. So I figure if I go over to Salome, it will rescue her, and that might encourage her to be a little bit more forthcoming. For an instant, her eyes are full of gratitude and relief. Then she comes towards me with a large smile. Oh, you must be Daphne Delator. I'm Salome, Stan's older sister. Pleased to meet you. The pleasure is mine. I was looking forward to meeting you. Stan told me you're delightful. I saw him with his son. Yes, indeed. He was picking up your son at the end of the school day. Ah, so you met my little treasure. I hope he was behaving himself. He's been a bit of a handful since his father passed away. It's not always easy. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Thank you. It's kind of you to say that. It's been hard, but it's starting to get easier. One day at a time. And Stan's been fantastic. He kept me afloat during the hard times after the accident. He's been taking such good care of his little nephew. Actually, he's told me a lot about you. Really? He told you about me? He did, and I want to apologize for his behavior. I know what he can be like around women. He probably won't like me telling you this, but I think you made quite an impression on him. Really? Okay. So here's the thing. We want her to spill the beans. But I'm not entirely sure we want to commit to one guy or the other. Well, alright, look. I can say me too in perfect, because he did make quite an impression. Good or bad, we are not saying, but he did make quite an impression. I must admit, he made quite an impression on me too. Salome beams at me. I knew it! Excuse my excitement, but I'm so delighted. You seem like such a nice girl. Reliable, exactly the kind of person Stan needs. You know, he's never had much luck with women. I couldn't tell you why, but it feels right with you. Oh, okay, we're going there. You're one of those people that's gonna automatically try to fix us up, aren't you? And his relationship with our parents is quite strained. If he could shake himself free of the family a bit, it would do him a lot of good. The problem is that he's the kind of person that has to be pushed to commit himself. I'm just saying, there's no pressure, but I'm counting on you, Daphne. Okay, so she's already the type that likes to gossip. Oh, this is going to be easier than I thought. But enough about my brother. Tell me about yourself. What do you do for a living? How do you like it here in the village? We talked for a good 20 minutes. Salome seems kind and outgoing. But I can't decide if it's not all just a front. And her attention seems to wander quite often, until without notice she disappears into the town hall, leaving me hanging. What should I do next? Let's go to Claudette. Claudette is chatting with a group of smartly dressed people, a vague smile plays on her lips. Her face is hard to read. Was she reluctant to attend this function? Or is the distant, haughty attitude part of her natural personality? Seeing me approach, she apologizes to her guests and takes me aside. Miss Maltry. Listen, girl. I'm talking to Dr. Zakharine and his wife. If you've been raised with such lack of basic good manners, well, I hope you'll excuse my bluntness, but I'm afraid I have neither time nor inclination to teach you otherwise.
So if you don't mind, I'll go back to my guests, and you, I don't know, enjoy the buffet maybe. Why? Just for trying to mingle? I think you're the one lacking grace and good manners. I just came up to mingle. You did not have to leave your guests. You could have continued your conversation and I could have just come up and joined. I wish you a good evening.
Fine. I'm dumbstruck as Claudette turns away and returns to her conversation. I hadn't imagined she would be so hostile towards me. I'll let her go. There's a ripple in the crowd. The guests are gathering around a platform. Suppose the unveiling ceremony's about to begin. Someone is walking against the current, pushing through the crowd in my direction. Ha! Daphne! It's Stan carrying a glass of wine and looking rather drunk. You came! Great! You alright? Something tells me you've had a bit too much to drink, haven't you? Too much? Nah, just a small anesthetic to get through the old man's speech. Come with me. Your sister must be around here somewhere. I turned my back to him, looking for Salome, who should know what to do with her brother in this kind of situation. I barely have time to turn around when Stan twirls me back, pulling me against him. I look into his eyes and understand perfectly well what's about to happen. I'm trying to hold back, but exhaling wine fumes in my face, his mouth presses down on mine. Luckily, I'm saved by a rasping voice that stops Stan in his attack. Oh, isn't it enough for you that you corrupt our youth? Beatrice Lovelock stands next to us, glaring at me. Calm down, Miss Lovelock. I was just leaving. If you just... Seriously? Beatrix doesn't let me finish my sentence, but throws the contents of her glass of red wine in my face. That's for you, you filthy! Surprised by the attack, I take a step backward and stumble and feel a sharp pain in my left hand. I feel my cheeks flushing. A ball of heat seems to blaze inside my chest. Filthy what? Filthy what? Filthy witch? Is that what you wanted to say? Stan helps me up. I feel something warm dripping down my finger and realize I must have cut my hand when I fell. See? And now I'm injured. Are you happy? Since I'm a filthy witch, I curse you, and you'll pay for what you've done to me tonight. Is that what you wanted? Are you satisfied? If I'm a sorceress, as you say, why not put my powers to good use? Daphne, your hand. Daphne, your hand. Blood has been drawn. Careful with what you're about to... With perverse satisfaction, I watch Miss Lovelock turn white as a sheet. I hold her gaze until she lowers her head and turns away. Stan puts his hand on my shoulder and shakes me gently. Daphne? Daphne, do you realize what... I cut him off, exasperated. Oh, enough now. Leave me alone. I stride to the bathroom to clean out my wound, wipe wine from my face, and most of all, try to calm down. In the distance on the platform, Yves Maltaire has taken the microphone and is about to speak. My dear friends and neighbors and fellow citizens,
we've come together to celebrate the start of the fall season. As you all know by tradition, this time of year is dedicated to the reflection and remembrance. It's a time when we think of those dear to us who have moved on, who wait for us on the other side. But it's also a time of offering when we pray that nature and her invisible entities bring us a mild winter. That's why our craftsmen have worked so hard all summer in preparation for this celebration, so that today we could present you the fruits of our efforts. As we leave summer behind us to enter winter, this time of offering, as I said, seems to be the ideal moment to renew our pact with our protectors. This seems like it's definitely like a speech, like supposed to be a magic speech thing. Those invisible forces who have allowed our traditions to survive century after century, not disappear at the whim of invasions and external forces, and who bring us good fortune, happiness, and prosperity every year. I'm so proud to present you this physical representation of our pact, this statue, symbol of our community that was worn down by years and weather, and now has been remade by the masterful hands of our exceptional local craftsmen. Ladies and gentlemen, let me present to you the Sphinx. Uh-oh.
Chapter 4, November. She wasn't transferred to intensive care.
Oh, she was transferred to intensive care last night, and she died this morning. The doctors did all they could, but they said her chances of survival were very slim.
How did I get here? We were already well into November, yet I feel as though the cocktail party happened just yesterday. When Yves Maltaire unveiled the statue of the Sphinx that looked exactly like the one I saw in my dream, it was as though I was struck by lightning. I felt like the ground shifted beneath my feet. I doubted. All the stories about witchcraft, everything I'd learned about my family so far, could there be any truth to them?
Fortunately, I quickly got a handle on it. My students, my classes, it all happened. It all helped me stay anchored in reality. Frank went back to the city 3 days ago. Good! At least that's one issue that took care of itself. He has to supervise some work there. He told me he'd be away until the end of the month at least. Oh, good God, he's coming back! I was surprised when he came over to tell me he was leaving. Made me realize that I hadn't seen him for a long while. I don't know what to think about this long trip, though. Maybe he's thinking of leaving the village for good. Good! He should! Nobody asked him to come. And then Stan tried to call me. Or rather, my voicemail has been completely deluged with his messages. He begged me to pick up the phone, that we had to talk. I didn't dare answer. I don't know what would happen if I gave him a chance. Miss Delator? Are you all right? You look upset. What happened exactly? How did she get in the accident? Here's what her sister told me. Beatrix Lovelock took the Cliff Road to pick up her son, Jean-Baptiste, after a soccer game. The car seems to have skidded on a patch of ice. I know why he's telling me this, because Jean is in my class. Okay. So, here's some lore. I used to be a teacher of young kids, and you have to know. You have to know if a child in your class is going through something like this.
If a child in your class is suffering a loss, you need to be made aware of it. And if you are not made aware of it, then that is a failure of the school itself. Because you as a teacher are on the front lines of helping this child with their mental health. Whether you want to be or not, it is not a question of do I want to be or not. You are going to be one of the first people to notice if there is or is not something wrong with this child. So, since I am his teacher, yes, I have to be made aware of this. I had a student in one of my classes, and yes, I worked with 3 to 5 year olds and sometimes school agers, and I had a student in one of my classes who had a parent that was murdered, and nobody told me until it was almost too late. And I got very mad at them for that. I should have been made aware the instant that I was put into a situation where I was working with that child. That was a failure of the school that I was working with. They should have told me immediately. I have issues with how that school handled that child's mental health. But that's a whole nother issue, and I will not and cannot get into it for reasons of dealing for the child mostly. I don't really care what does and does not happen to the school, but like for the child's safety, I cannot get into it. He's fine, just so you know. He's perfectly fine. He's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with him now, but like I should have been made aware of it long before I was. But anyway, it's terrible when I think of a son. Yes, as his class teacher, I count on you to be watchful. Jean-Baptiste is gonna need our support to get through this. Also, I'm sorry to talk about it under these circumstances, but I did want to see you anyway. I know you're only here as a substitute, but we're very happy with your work so far. As you might have heard, Ms. Gavin is retiring next year. If you're interested in his post could be yours. Well, I might have to pull out all the stops with the academy to convince them we have to keep you during the transition period. That's why I wanted to make sure that you're interested in a permanent job here in the school. I'd be delighted. Well, I would be delighted. Excellent. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Ms. Delator, I can't guarantee you Mr. Gavin's post, but I'll do my very best to keep you with us. As for you, don't change a thing. We'll talk again soon. Thank you so much, Mr. Chestnut. It's my pleasure. Well, we've been over what I wanted to discuss, but may I ask you something a little personal? Of course. I'm listening. Just 'cause you ask does not mean I'm going to listen. Stop me if I'm wrong, but how can I put this? His talk in the village. I know you had words with Ms. Lovelock at the cocktail party. Did you by any chance... I don't know quite how to put it. Well, let me just come straight out with it. Did you by any chance... and reiterate by chance, have any responsibility for Ms. Lovelock's accident? Absolutely not. Mr. Chassett, I understand that people in the village may harbor some romantic notions about my family, but you of all people, I didn't know you shared these beliefs. If you're concerned about the influence these superstitions have on my efficiency as a teacher, let me put your mind at ease. I am a woman of science. I do not give any credence to these beliefs, and I assure you that my teaching is in no way impacted.
Oh, there was no question.
In that case, I don't see why we're talking about this. Is there anything else, Mr. Chestnut?
Well, no, there isn't.
Then let me wish you a very good day, sir.
Miss Delator.
Why would you think I had anything to do with an accident just because there's whispers that my family is into witchcraft? As if today hadn't been emotional enough, when I get to the castle, I discover a sports car parked in front of the house. Of course, I've already guessed the identity of its owner. Walking into the hall, I find Stan has let himself in and is sipping a glass of whiskey as he peruses the family portraits. My heart beats a little harder on seeing him here, in my living room. I feel a bit foolish, and I try to get myself together before I speak to him. I would have offered you a drink, but it looks like you've already taken the matter into your own hands.
It was open, so I let myself in. I'm not sorry since you've kept me on tenterhooks for some time. I'm already on my second refill. I thought school teachers finished work much earlier, don't they?
Dude, just because school ends does not mean the teacher's work ends. Look, I was a staff kid. My parents did not finish their work until 4, sometimes 8 o'clock at night. Like, I kid you not, there was one night where we basically slept at the school because my parents were there all night. I was a staff kid, man. Parents are there all night sometimes. I was held up.
Daphne, we need to talk.
Fine, I'm listening. Looking at the state of my voicemail, I'd guess you'd come over sooner or later. I'm listening.
After all that's happened, I had to warn you. You need to know about our families, the village, and everything else.
I sit on the sofa, ignoring the armchair on the other side of the coffee table. Stan sits down beside me. If I could blame the alcohol for his behavior at the cocktail party, I can't continue to ignore the strong signals he's sending my way. Stan takes a deep breath and begins.
Of course, there's my father, his projects and the old quarrel with the Delators, and his sick obsession with the tower. But when I heard about Beatrice Lovelock, that's when I realized the situation was urgent. When I watched you do what you did at the cocktail party, I remembered everything I heard since I was a child. All those unbelievable stories of witchcraft. I've never had any real proof that any of it was true, but when I heard she was dead, well, it's been haunting me all day. I had to tell you. I have to know, so I'm just gonna lay it on the line. Did you know what you were doing back there?
What? Don't tell me you give credit to these stories about witches, too.
Don't you think it's disturbing?
Beatrice Lovelock died in a car accident. There's nothing magical about black ice, for goodness sake. Daphne, it's been what, 3 months since you arrived? I don't see how that would change the fundamental law of physics. I was born here. I've been listening to these stories for 30 years. It's neither the first inexplicable accident nor the first strange coincidence I've encountered. Very well. let's say for the sake of argument that I did curse Miss Loveleg. Do you realize that means I killed her?
That's not what I'm saying. You didn't know what you were doing.
Perhaps, but try to understand that this witchcraft stuff goes against everything I believe in, and yet, if any of this is true, I'm responsible for the death of the mother of one of my students. I'm overwhelmed by emotion. I realize I've been holding my tears back since the director broke the news to me. I burst into tears and Stan takes me in his arms. I let him. I can't believe we've become so close so fast, Stan and I. A few minutes later, I tremendously blink away the last tears. When he's sure most of the storm is behind us, Stan gently lets go of me and looking me straight in the eye while holding me by the shoulders says, "Please forgive me. I've been terribly inconsiderate. Of course you couldn't have known what would happen. I keep forgetting you're not from here. And besides, no one's told you what's happening in the village. So please, I beg you, don't feel guilty. It's us, the Maltreses, and others around here who should feel guilty for not warning you." "Something else to tell me?" "I'm afraid I do. My father made you an offer at the cocktail party, didn't he?" "Well, yes, about the tower, right? He wants to gain access to it, if I understand correctly." "Exactly. If he hasn't come to see it yet, it's because he's building the case for the town council. He's got Solane on it, and he's got her working day in and out. Poor Solane. He wants everything settled before he tells you his plans." "What can he really do to me? The house is legally mine. He can't throw me out just like that for no reason." "Maybe, but I assure you it's no joke. Whatever happens, you mustn't accept it." You don't want me to refuse? You don't want me to refuse so much? Oh, why don't you want me to refuse so much?" "I know Yves, like it or not. I've been dealing with him since I was born. He's a shock, and considering how much he resents the Delators, I can assure you that whatever he proposes to you will serve his own interests, but more importantly, it'll harm yours." "What's he got against us? What did my family do to generate so much hate?" "It goes very far back. Our great-grandparents, or even further. I don't know for sure. It's said that the Delators have always been a very influential family in the area. Your family has kept their traditions, despite the law, and the name Delator of the tower goes from mother to daughter, and the eldest daughter has always been the spiritual guide of the community. A kind of Celtic grand priestess, if you see what I mean, since, well, Christianity never really got very popular around here. It's, as you've probably noticed, the story goes that your ancestor, the grand priestess, had a dispute with my ancestor, and my family had no choice but to curse yours to save their honor. Since that time, the Maltreses have accumulated wealth and prospered, while the Delators have declined." "Fair enough, but all that happened a long time ago. Why keep such an old quarrel alive? Not only did I do nothing to harm your family, but it looks to me like the Maltreses already have the upper hand, don't they?" That's where the tower comes in. As I understand it, these blessings have a price, and my father wants to get into it to lift the curse that takes the toll on my family, too. And the tower's the key to lifting the curse. But I can't let Yves inside because he may want to harm me." "Exactly." "It may sound stupid, but I have to ask, Do you know where the entrance to the tower is? No, but everyone in the village knows that it was condemned after the events that tore both our families apart. So why didn't anyone tell me? Don't judge the villagers too harshly. They're naturally suspicious, especially when it comes to us. Should I brace myself for more revelations? Or is this it? I guess I've told you most of it. The crux of the matter, anyway. But you must have 1,000 questions. Alright. About your family. Your family? I'm curious. Can you tell me more about them? I think you've already grasped the nuts and bolts. First, there's my parents, Yves and Claudette. Our relationship has been distant since I've been old enough to understand how they think. What do you mean? Yeah, how can I sum it up? The Maltray method. I would say manipulation and extortion under cover of good breeding. And if that doesn't work, then they throw money in the general direction of the problem until it's kind enough to disappear. Charming. But I'm asking myself, why would they stay in the village? I mean, with so much wealth, they could live anywhere, couldn't they? You mean somewhere less remote? You're not wrong. But don't forget, they're very attached to the area with their beliefs. They're much too afraid of losing their advantages if they leave, I guess. But everything I tell you is only speculation. Yves had decided I wasn't fit to be the #1 heir long before I was old enough for him to tell me any of their little secrets. And you? Haven't you ever thought about leaving? Of course! Of course I have, but Salome and his son are stuck here, and I can't bring myself to leave them alone in the belly of the beast. Sure, that makes sense. Besides, I strongly suspect my father is to some degree responsible for the death of Salome's husband. Oh! A good accidental death is just the way he likes, whether it's supernatural or not. After all, seeing his own son wasn't up to the task. He needed an heir to pass his fine values on to, right? But that's awful. Welcome to my world. Of course I'm doing my best to protect Pierre from all this, but I'm afraid I'm fighting a losing battle. He adores his grandfather, of course, and with good reason. He can be very charming guy when he wants to be. As for Salome, she's always been kept out of it. She's always been the perfect daughter, and my parents, with their traditional values, didn't have many ambitions for her. So, his parents wanted a male heir, basically. So they don't want Salome to take over, they want a male heir. So as soon as Salome had a son, they got rid of Salome's husband, so that they could raise their grandson the way they wanted. Ugh, gross. I think all they wanted for their daughter was a good marriage that would preferably help the family affairs. Stanhope stops talking, his eyes far away. I'm lost for words. Finally, he breaks the silence before it becomes awkward. Well, that's it. Now you know everything. Tell me more about your father's plans. As I told you, he wants to get inside the tower, and I'm afraid he'll stop at nothing to do it. If I know him, he'll certainly try to win you over first. He's currently building a case for the town council to open the tower to the public in return. They would pay all the maintenance costs. It could be worth listening to his offer, don't you think? The cost to keep the castle afloat can't be sneezed at, and the money I got, I got in the will isn't inexhaustible. I don't know how else to say it, and I don't have any proof except my own experience. And I trust you. You may put in my word. But I assure you, to accept anything from my father would be a very bad idea. During my grandfather's time, he was registered. He was resigned to not getting into the tower. But now things have changed. He wants to take advantage of the opportunity. I'm sure he'll come up with a very attractive financial deal, and he's counting on your supposed naivete to get what he's after. All right, let's say I refuse. What happens next? That depends. Depends on what? Depends on whether or not you believe in all this witchcraft stuff. It always comes back to that, doesn't it? Perhaps it's all a very durable concept for most people who live here. And whatever your feelings about it, Eves is still a very real threat. You're not the first person to oppose him, but you've got a few cards up your sleeve that might make you last. What about you? Tell me about you. What's your life like? What do you want me to tell you? What do you want me to tell you? I don't know. What do you do with your days? Do you have ambitions? I can feel him closing up like an oyster. Without meaning to, I guess I've hit a sore spot. I'd like to be able to tell you I have an exciting and fulfilling life, but I'm afraid I'm just a lazy rich kid. Fail at everything I try. And it's not that I have a lack of capabilities, I just don't apply myself enough. Or at all. That's probably the worst. You're wrong. We barely know each other, and I'm already sure you're a good person. I mean, I wouldn't say you're good. Well, I would say I see definite, like, good bones down here. Right? Like, I see there's definite goodness underneath it, but he seems to, like, cover it under a veil of I'm a spoiled rich brat. I talked to your sister at the cocktail party. She cares about you far more than you might think. She was singing your praises for the way you care for your nephew. You're a long way from being just a lazy rich kid. Yeah, thanks. It's nice of you to say so. And I guess you're right. Salome and Pierre are counting on me. I don't know what I'd do without them. And then I met you. I know it's a total cliche and kind of sappy, and I hope you're not going to make tracks. But I think that for once, I'd like to go a bit further than just fooling around. Well, I'm sorry. Back this turkey truck up. I'm sorry. Back this turkey truck up. I'm just talking to you. Nobody said anything about anything more than, hi, how are you? Why does your family hate me? How did we jump from, hi, how are you? Why does your family hate me, to, hey, I think I want to do more than fool around with you? Excuse me. Scusi. Scusi. Number one, did not even say I was willing to fool around. Number two, not even willing to say I'm going for more. I'm sorry. You have escalated this very quickly, and I am not sure I am comfortable with that. Listen, I'd be lying if I told you I felt nothing, but I don't want us to jump into this. I just came out of a long, complicated relationship. I need a little more time. Yeah, I get it. This is about your guy, the carpenter, isn't it? No, it's got nothing to do with him and everything to do with me. I'm sorry. Why can it not just be about me? Why does it have to be about some guy? Why can I not just be like, I'm sorry, no, I just got out of a complicated relationship. I'm not ready to jump into another relationship. Oh, it's because you're still stuck on your last guy. No, it's because I'm not ready. It's because I don't know you like that. Well, yes, I guess he still has a place somewhere in the equation. He really doesn't. Stan leans back, looking nettled. Well, there it is. That's my life, broadly speaking. I don't do much with my time, to be honest. I don't know why I'm telling you all this. Guess I'm just not as sexy as you thought. If you don't like it, it's never too late to change, you know. Sure. Shall we talk about something else? Okay, I get it. I'll stop bugging you. I think we've covered everything. Yeah. There's still something I wanted to talk to you about. I can see in his eyes what kind of subject we're about to discuss. On one hand, Frank's still in the picture, but on the other hand, where's the risk of seeing if the grass is greener on the other side? Frank is not in the picture! Why does Game keep insisting Frank is in the Frank is not in the picture? Bye. I know what you're about to say, Stan. I thought I was clear. I'm sorry, but spare me. Spare me the it's not you, it's me speech. I get it. Why are they both pushing me? I just literally told him I'm not interested in starting and jumping into bed with him right now. And he's like, okay, yeah, sure, I get it. So about jumping into bed with you. I'm not sure if it's the characters that they wrote for these guys or if it's just the way the game was written. But either way, they wrote both of these guys way too pushy. Because it's you tell them no and they go, okay, I understand. I totally respect that. Which is cool. That's the correct answer. And then immediately after that, they push. Both of them. Is that just supposed to be the way these guys, is that supposed to be their personalities? Or is that Game being are you sure you wanted to make this decision? Are you sure this is the decision you wanted to make? And it's if that's the case, then don't give me the option to turn them down before you give me the are you sure? Okay? Because it's not you're giving me a timed thing, right? This isn't a timed choice. You are giving me time to sit with the choice and make it. So, you don't do that. You don't be hey, I want more from this relationship. And me say, yeah, no. And then they go, okay, yeah, that's cool. But about getting more from that relationship, you don't do that. Don't do that, Game. Don't do that, because that just makes them seem pushy. and makes them seem like both automatic jerks and red flags. Because I'm sorry, that is absolute 110% red flag behavior. If you give them a clear, concise, 100% full stop, no, I am not okay with this, and they say, yeah, okay, that's fine, sure, I get it, fully respect that, but actually though, and loop around and try to push you back into it, that's absolutely 110% red flag behavior. No! If you change your mind, you know where to find me. Days go by, and still nothing from Yeats. I must admit, finding out about his plans has left me in a state of permanent apprehension. I try not to worry about it. I mean, really, what's the risk? These stories of curses and witchcrafts are totally unbelievable. Yeats Maltaire can't make my car fall off a cliff by putting needles through some doll made in my image. But that doesn't mean he's harmless. I'm eager to find out what he's up to. But there's the Brutines. I haven't seen them in a while. Sometimes I think Salome Maltaire. Sometimes I think of Salome Maltaire. I'm not sure I've got her figured out, but I felt there was something going on when I met her at the cocktail party. Perhaps I could call her. Maybe we could see each other again. What should I do? Let's go check on them. I am kind of worried about them first. When I knock on the lodge door, Mrs. Brutine answers. Oh, hello, miss. What brings you here? Looks as though she's put her knitting aside to greet me. Next to the fire in an armchair, I make out the silhouette of Mr. Brutine. He looks at me over his newspaper, the local news, and puffs on his pipe as I enter the room. He nods me a greeting. I was just passing to see how you are. It's been a while since we saw each other. Ah, yes, it has. Time flies. When my husband and I heard about Mrs. Lovelock, we felt terrible for the poor woman. Smells like another Maltaire trick, if you're asking me. It doesn't make any sense. Why would the Maltaires want to get rid of a housewife? You mean you knew her, miss? Well, I wouldn't exactly say knew her. She was the mother of one of my students. How should I put it? Let's say she had a few opinions about the Delators. Mrs. Brutine turns white. But, excuse me for putting this so bluntly, but did you curse the woman? Before I have time to answer, she continues. Oh, without wanting to, miss. How could you have known? Oh, did you hear that, Gerard? Oh, we should have warned her. Mr. Brutine lays the newspaper down on his knee and regards us with a piercing gaze. Come on now, Gibret. You were saying just a couple of days ago that those stories were nothing but stories. Oh, if I'd have known. You must realize what you're saying, Miss Brutine. Curse? You can't make people have car accidents just like that with the power of the mind. Oh, I'm afraid you're wrong, miss. You don't know the village legends. So, tell me about them. I am tired of everybody talking to me in riddles, honestly. I get the feeling there are a lot of things I don't know about the village. My family, the Maltaires. Tell me about the towers and the legends. Tell me what you know about the tower and the local legends. What do you want to know precisely? You told me the Sphinx was on the Delator coat of arms. Why?
Well, yes, that's right. You can see it on the family crest. I think it's linked to the story of your family.
You can see the Sphinx symbol all over the village. And you are the descendant.
You can see the Sphinx symbol all over the village. And you're the descendant of the family whose job it was to protect the tower and its contents. Come on, I'll show you.
Mrs. Brutine puts on her coat, and I follow her to the tower. She points out a shield with a coat of arms of the family carved into the outer wall.
See?
I can clearly make out a tower surrounded by two sphinxes. We return without speaking to the lodge. But the Sphinx has nothing to do with Egypt. It looks more like one from Greek mythology, doesn't it? Like the Sphinx that protected Thebes. The one who asked Odysseus the riddles, I suppose?
Oh, well, miss, I couldn't say. A few years ago, Jared and I were watching a documentary about Egypt on TV, and we said to ourselves, that looks like the statue in the village. Do you remember, Jared?
Mr. Brutine mutters something unintelligible without glancing up from his newspaper.
What they say is that the region is magical. It used to be a place of pilgrimage in the old days. People came to be healed, join the festivities for the passing of the seasons. I couldn't tell you why, but the legends say that your ancestors used to perform miracles.
My ancestors? The Delators?
Yes, the Delators, but this was before they built the towers. I don't know what they were called back then. Also, your family had the duty to protect the village. As the place was magical, it attracted demons, and there were rituals to be performed so that the source of the power wasn't polluted by these evil spirits. When the Christians colonized the country, the region closed in on itself. The villagers built the tower over the source to keep it secret, and the village became the place of remembrance. I don't know this period. I didn't know this period. I don't know. This period was long before I was born. It was my grandmother who told me the stories before the Maltreses arrived.
What have the Maltreses got to do with this?
It began with Yves's grandfather, old Gustave Maltrese. When he was a child, the Delators fostered him in the castle. Fostered him at the castle because he had a gift for miracles. So, Gustav was fostered by the Delators. He was an orphan from a family of marsh folk. To be fostered like that was very lucky for him, but apparently it wasn't enough. He wanted more. I knew him a little. He was already an old man, but he was a difficult character. I remember he used to give me the creeps when I was a girl. Anyway, it's since then that the new Maltreses began to amass their fortune. That's when the accidents started to happen. If anyone went against the Maltreses, something bad happened to them every time. And then the Delators began to wither away. In the end, there was only your grandmother left, and then you came.
Why didn't you tell me all this before?
You came to the city. You didn't know anything about this. If we told you about spirits of the forest or magical sources, what would you have thought? And we thought it was just old stories. We weren't born in the time of the miracles. We don't know much anyway, my husband and I.
So about the curse. Tell me what you know about this so-called curse.
I can't tell you much about this, miss. The Delators were known to be miracle workers, but it's been a long time since anything like that has happened. It hasn't been in my lifetime, but In the old days, they used to say that your family had a gift. Can you tell me what happened with Ms. Lovelake? Maybe it'll jog my memory. I'll tell her what happened. Oh, must have been the voids, you said, without realizing. And the wound, oh, that must have been what unleashed the spell. But no way. I refuse to believe that uttering some words, any words, could have the consequence of killing someone. Do you realize what you're suggesting? It's a shame your grandmother's no longer with us. Oh, she would have explained everything to you. Yes, I imagine she must have known a lot more about all this. And yet, I still think that maybe it's a Maltese trick. That would be pretty twisted, don't you think? Ah, well, nothing would surprise me with those lowlifes. By the way, Jared saw the Maltese boy car in the yard the other day. Didn't you, Jared? I hope he wasn't bothering you. Yes, he dropped in to see me. You should expect to see more of him. I think you've misjudged him. I don't think he's tarred with the same brush as his parents. It's not my place to tell you what you should do, miss, but I'd be careful with that man. Tell me more about Miss Lovelake. You seem to know her. I wouldn't exactly say know her. Let's say she was the talk of the village some years back. Really? Why? Her husband was a brute, the type who drinks too much, if you see what I mean. There were several incidents. It went on for a few years. Beatrice Lovelake would never have filed for divorce. And Yves Maltese was very supportive when her husband disappeared. Disappeared? You mean he died? No, well, I don't know. Just like that, he was never seen again. They say Yves Maltese drove him out of the village. Beatrice Lovelake was sure that it was thanks to the Maltese, and as she worked at the town hall, well, it was best not to speak ill of Mr. Mayor when she was around. I see. That said, Yves did a good thing there, didn't he? Well, that depends. No one really knows what happened to Lovelake. Even so, one good deed doesn't redeem a lifetime of wrongs, does it? But that means his son, Jean-Baptiste, is an orphan. Well, yeah, but don't worry too much about him. His aunt took him in. You must know her. She's the wife of the fishmonger, you know. At the market? Oh, they're a good family. I'm sure they'll take good care of him, as if he was their own. That's some consolation, at least. I have to go. Thanks for answering my questions. Yeah, so now you know everything. Well, Jared, we told her everything, didn't we? Mr. Broutine puffs on his pipe, thinking, then nods in agreement. My wife and I we're just the wardens. We were never in the know. Your grandmother, she could have told you, warned you. It's a lot to swallow. But everything you've told me, it's pretty hard to swallow. The curse, the magic source, the evil spirits. Whether you want it or not, it's in your blood, miss. It's your inheritance. I guess we're calling Solaire. When I call Selene, I guess it's Solène, she's surprised to hear from me, but she welcomes the idea of having coffee together. We meet up in the afternoon in a small tea room with a terrace that looks out on a tree-filled square. Selene is waiting for me, cup in hand, watching her son play.
watching a son who plays with the other children in the playground next to the terrace. The reason for the choice of this tea room is suddenly clear, considering the strategic location it represents for the young mothers of the village. But since my miscarriage, I avoid these kinds of places, like the plague, as they tend to dredge up a stew of bad memories. I try to keep my face composed as I sit down with Selene. I guess I don't do a great job since she asks me with a concerned face. You all right? You all right? Mm. Mm. Yeah, sorry. It's this kind of cafe with the playground. Reminds me of a time in my life that was difficult. Oh, yes, of course. What an idiot. I should have known, seeing as you're a Delator. What do you mean? Well, the Delators have always had childbearing issues. I'm sorry, what? You know? Sorry, that was inconsiderate. No, it's nothing. It's me. I shouldn't let myself turn back to the page of my life so easily, or I'll never get past it. Anyway, I'd rather not talk about it if you don't mind. Yes, of course, I understand perfectly. We chat for a while. The conversation is frequently interrupted by Pierre, who wants to show us a fascinating stone, to ask for a cookie, or to recount the incredible adventure that just happened to him on the playground fort. It's Soleil who finally cuts to the chase, saying out of nowhere, "So, now that we're through the niceties, we can get to the real reason you called, don't you think?" I'm fairly sure Stan has told you my father's plan, and you want to ferret out more information, don't you? Our conversation has suddenly become a minefield. I need to choose my next words very carefully. I didn't come for that, but since you're asking, I must admit I'm curious to know more. I knew it! You Delators really are all the same. But no, I knew it was too good to be true. You have a hidden agenda when you called. She stands up, glaring. Seriously? Don't waste your time. You won't get anything out of me. She takes her son by the hands and they leave in haste. As for me, I stay there, dazed and slightly wounded by what's happened. Even if I have no real proof, something tells me that Celine's disappropriate reaction is a result of Yves's determination to undermine me. I pay the bill and go back to the castle. So, yeah, there's... Days go by, then weeks. Then Yves Maltaire is conspicuously by his absence. Ugh. I did not read that correctly. I try to concentrate on my classes at school, but after the revelations, my mind is often elsewhere. And to top it all off, the principal told me I was going to be inspected by the local education authority, which adds to the general climate of anxiety. I'm in the forest. It's the same dream again, the one I had last month. I have a sense of deja vu, but something has changed. I run to escape the presence that follows me. Once again, I reach the pool in the clearing. I draw closer to glimpse my reflection. It's the same image as last time, but more precise. Almost more real. I'm wearing a skirt suit, the kind of outfit I've adopted for teaching. My hair is tied in a neat bun, and I wear a heavy fringe that covers my forehead. I like this image of myself, so adult and responsible. I touch the reflection, and after a moment of darkness, I'm back in the garden. When I come to the statue of the Sphinx, her gaze is different. She looks ahead with defiance and determination. That's when everything changes. I'm driven by the strength and stability that seems to emanate from the statue. This time, I don't let myself fall into darkness. This time, I find the courage to turn around and confront the threat. The Sphinx stares, her gaze immovable. That's when I see the beast for the first time. We watch each other for a second that seems to last forever. Then the beast hurls itself at me. It's at that moment, when its claws are poised to lacerate my belly, that I shudder awake. Well, all right then. I'm getting ready to go to market when I hear a car coming up the lane. To my surprise, a large black sedan parks in the yard. When I see a large gray-haired figure emerge on the driver's side, I realize Yates Maltaire. To be honest, more than 1 month after the cocktail party, I'd given up on hearing from him. He waves to me, goes around the car, takes a big file from the passenger seat, then walks in my direction. He brandishes the file like a trophy. Good morning, Daphne. As you can see, my daughter and I have been working very hard. You're wasting your time. Listen, Yves, you're wasting your time. I don't want my home open to strangers. Please, I insist. We've prepared a very attractive package for you, I promise. You're on private property. I'm going to ask you to leave, please. But let me at least get off my land. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Mr. Brutine walking up the lane with a rifle in his hand. Hello, Miss Daphne. Mr. Maltaire. He stands at my side, gun in hand, as if ready to use it. You all right? I hope Mr. Maltaire isn't bothering you. Listen, Jared, I was just chatting with Miss Delator. Would you mind giving us some privacy, please? Mr. Maltaire was just about to leave. We hear a car coming up the lane, and direct our attention to the entrance of the yard. A small rental car arrives and parks in the yard. A tall, middle-aged woman climbs out of the car and walks towards us with an assured pace. Mom! I can see it's high time I got here. Looking at Yates Maltaire, she says, Hello, Daphne. Jared? Yes, madam. Please fire a warning shot, will you? Mr. Brutine looks at me, waiting for confirmation. As I don't react, he complies and fires a warning into the air. His smile gone, Yates watches my mother warily. Look, Sophie, be reasonable, would you? We haven't seen each other in 30 years. Do you really want? Completely ignoring Yates, my mother turns to Mr. Brutine. Jared? Yes, madam. I authorize you to fire a second shot at Yates if he hasn't left the property within 30 seconds. Very well, madam. Then please take my luggage to the yellow bedroom in the west wing. Of course, madam. Oh, and send Giblet over, please. I'd like her to make us some coffee. I need to talk to my daughter. I follow Mom into the living room. A few seconds later, we hear tires squeal in the courtyard, and then the sound of the engine fades into the distance. Did you get my letter? Yes, but in September. As you can see, I'd already accepted the inheritance. Ugh. Why did you warn me? But I don't understand. Why did you want to warn me? Are you kidding? I arrived here to find Yates Maltaire in the courtyard and you're asking me why I warned you? I came back as fast as I possibly could. It seems it was already too late. What were you doing in Asia? When I got your scholarship, when you got your scholarship and your life was on track, I didn't have to worry about your future any longer, so I decided to go back to school. I had enough of going from one crappy job to another, so I took a correspondence course on international trade. 3 years ago, I was hired by an investment bank. They offered me a promotion, but I had to move to Hong Kong. Since you cut ties with me, I thought you were safe. At least safe from these family issues, so I agreed to go. How could I have known your grandmother would pull this trick on me? Even from her grave, she's still a nuisance. I sent you that letter as soon as I heard your grandmother was dead. The family notary contacted me about it out of courtesy. I wanted to take a leave of absence, but I was working on a big deal, and my business insisted that I stay until we signed. Obviously, it took a little longer than I would have liked. Well, something doesn't add up. You were the direct heiress, so you should have been the one to succeed, shouldn't you? Your grandmother made me sign a paper stipulating that I renounce the inheritance when I left the village. I thought it would protect you too, but I'm not a lawyer, and knowing your grandmother, she must have found a way to bend the law to her liking. Honestly, here's the thing. She can leave it to whoever she wants. Knowing her, she would have guessed it would happen that way. You'll have to explain. Grandmother seems to have planned everything to make sure I got the house, but you're telling me I should have refused the inheritance? I know the village is a nest of vipers, with the Maltaires and the Delators' reputations, but I don't think you and I had the right to... But I don't think you had the right to know my origins. I don't think you grasp the gravity of the situation. Until now, Yves didn't know you existed. Now he knows who you are. That changes everything. Tell me then, why'd you cut me off from the rest of the family? Why didn't you put so much effort into keeping me in the dark? Fine, listen to me carefully and be honest with me, can you? Have you been having strange dreams? Yes, almost premonitory. Yes, I've been having a recurrent dream about a sphinx and a kind of a creature. Ugh! I knew it! But she cuts me off before I can continue. Have there been strange accidents since you've arrived? Well, I didn't do it on purpose. Yes, that's happened, but how could I have known what I was capable of that? Oh, it's worse than I thought. No one told me. She waves her hands at me, impatient at my excuses. Another thing, have you found the entrance of the tower? No, I haven't, and no one was able to tell me where it was. Good. What do you think is inside? Seems to be a source of magical energy of some sort. Tower was built on some kind of vortex, a magical energy, right? In fact, it's built on an old place of worship, and more importantly, it contains the archives. The archives?
Well, yes, I don't know what you imagine, but the reality is certainly far less exciting than your very active imagination.
I hadn't noticed her entrance, but Ms. Brutine is here with some coffee for us. Gilbert? Yes, madam. Tell Gerard to come to the basement. Very well, madam. Will that be all? No. Tell him to bring a pickaxe, please. I follow Mom to the basement. We go through the wine cellar, then take a corridor. We go through one small room, then another filled with stacked up old furniture. An old tapestry depicting a hunt almost entirely covers the wall in front of us. I don't remember finding this room during my expedition's search for the tower entrance. Do you feel it? I move closer to the wall, feeling for a draft or a small change of temperature that would reveal the location of the door. No, I'm sorry. What am I supposed to feel exactly? Relief sweeps across my mother's face, her features relaxing instantly. I'm about to speak again when we hear a noise behind us. Here comes Gerard. Gerard, can you take down the tapestry, please? Mr. Berrettine complies, and I hurry to help him.
Let Gerard do it, Daphne. You'll get dirty.
Mom, you're pushing it. Mr. Brutine is not your slave. Yes, you're right. I've hardly arrived here, and I'm back to my old ways. When I left everything behind so that you wouldn't be raised in these horrendous values. Excuse me, Gerard. I'll be more considerate.
You know, my Gilbert and I are happy to lend a hand. We're not doing it for you, but for your daughter.
Just don't forget, we're retired. We're not as strong as we were. We moved the tapestry to the side of the room, Mom and I on one side, Mr. Bertine on the other. Could you break the wall here, Gerard? She points to a spot in the middle of the wall. There are some planks behind the plaster. It shouldn't give me much resistance. A few minutes later, the planks that hid the entrance to the tower have been torn away, revealing a wooden door. Mr. Bertine.
Wow! I never would have guessed the door was there.
Mom opens a drawer of a nearby cupboard and takes out a large, ornate key. Do you want to see what's inside, Gerard?
Oh, no, madam. I have plenty of time to look at later. You must have a lot to discuss with your daughter. I'll head back to the lodge if you don't need a man along.
Of course. Thank you, Gerard. Mr. Brutine gives a nod. Oh, and Gerard?
Yes?
Thank you for taking care of Daphne in my absence. We enter the tower, and after climbing a flight of wooden stairs, we come to a large room plunged in shadows. Mom takes a candelabra from the table and lights the candle with matches that have been left next to it. Then she proceeds to light the other candles around the room until a soft light gradually illuminates a large circular space. The floor is made of huge granite stone carved with interlacing geometric shapes. Celtic origins are obvious in the patterns used and the way the ornamentation has been done, but they're very well preserved in contrast to the most ancient ruins exposed to the centuries of bad weather. The walls are covered with shelves loaded with documents, books with leather covers and scrolls rolled upon themselves. We're silent for a while, then Mom says, "This is your inheritance, Daphne." "What are all these books?" This is the memory of the village. The most ancient ones were written by our ancestors 1,000 years ago. The tower was built on the site of the old place of worship because there seems to be some kind of magnetic field that helps preserve them. Bit far-fetched, but yes, I guess local perturbation in the magnetic field of the planet could explain it. I suppose if I brought a compass in here, the needle would spin erratically, wouldn't it? Mom looks at me dubiously. What? I can be a scientist and still be open-minded? You're on the site of an ancient place of pilgrimage, a place where they performed the miracles. When the country was colonized and the inhabitants were forced to convert to the new religion, the religion closed in upon itself. Our ancestors built the tower to begin to compile all the oral knowledge of the old times. The Delators, the order of the priestesses, welcomed the representatives of other cults. They came from everywhere, escaping persecution and doing what they could to ensure their knowledge wasn't lost. To sum it up, you're in one of the largest libraries of occult knowledge in the world. We return in silence to the living room. The atmosphere is oppressive. I can feel what just happened will have a huge impact on my future. Mom takes an armchair and I sit on the sofa. Do you understand why Yves Maltree must not at any price get into the tower? Because it would give them even more power. In the village? Exactly. I'm relieved to see you don't seem to have any predisposition for miracles, but you do understand why our ancestors protected the library. I won't let them walk all over me. Yves Maltaire has abused his position in the village for too long. I won't let him carry on. Even if I don't believe in all this stuff about witchcraft, it's high time somebody put him in his place. I completely agree. I'm sure I'll be hearing from Yves again, but now that he knows you're here, I expect he won't be quite as polite and deferential. In that case, we'll have to be on our guard. Exactly. But enough about all that. Tell me about your life and everything I've missed. Mom and I stay there for a long while, chatting in the living room. Then I go to pick up some groceries at the market and we prepare dinner together, both enjoying this renewed affinity. A couple of days later, I'm at the bakery getting some bread. Just as I paid and am leaving, I find myself face to face with Solane Maltaire and her son. There's a moment of surprise. Then, just as I'm about to greet her, she lets loose a torrent of yelling. Oh, well done! I'm glad I bumped into you. I haven't had the chance to congratulate you on the classy way you welcomed my father. I tried to be nice. I even agreed to have coffee with you, despite the reputation of the Delators. And 2 weeks later, you greet my father with a rifle? You're lucky my son's here, all right? I'm sorry, but your father didn't choose the ideal moment. Oh, sure. It's because of Sophie, right? Like mother, like daughter. I don't even know why I'm surprised. Look, Solane, I'm sorry Yves made you do all that work on the file, but I never asked him to make me any offers. You're right. I keep forgetting. You're just a school teacher. It's not as if you know the meaning of hard work. Oh! Oh, no, you did not just do that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If you think that teachers don't work hard, you're an idiot. Like, especially since she's a middle school teacher, she takes it from her students, she takes it from her boss, and she takes it from the parents. And she does it all with a smile on her face and for very little pay. And then you come along and be like, oh, you don't work hard because you're just a school teacher. You know what? No. You're not allowed to say that until you actually try doing the job. Try actually teaching for like 5 minutes and then tell me it's not hard work. Especially middle school. Oof. Well, honestly, kids at any age are a nightmare. But like, you try keeping a class of like, what, 20 to 30 kids in line while forcing them to learn something? No. No. Speaking of which, I have to go personally. I have work to do. She turns away. Her attitude hurts, especially the way her father has manipulated her. What a shame. With all the excitement, Mom's return, Yves Maltaire, I have a hard time falling asleep that night. I'm pretty crabby as I eat my breakfast the next morning. The fact that I woke up way too early probably hasn't helped my state of mind. And then I had that dream again last night. Even if I try not to think about them, the strange dreams tend to upset my skeptical mind. I really don't need this kind of distraction right now, with the threat of a visit from the National Education Inspector. And with the opportunity to become a permanent teacher that Mr. Chestnut mentioned a few weeks ago, I can't risk putting my professional future in jeopardy. I'm mulling this over as I put on a camisole skirt, now my usual outfit, which has become a kind of a uniform since I heard about the possibility of a spot inspection on my teaching methods. With the lack of sleep, I can feel a migraine coming on. Without really thinking about it, I put on my reading glasses that lie on the bedside table, hoping to alleviate the pain. As I check myself over in the mirror, I'm assaulted by an insidious feeling that something's wrong. I take the time to contemplate my reflection. The glasses are a step in the right direction, and I tell myself I should keep them on all day. To think that out of vanity, I used to prefer to put up with eye fatigue rather than be seen in public with glasses on. Maybe it's because of the dream. Little as I want to be influenced by such irrational ideas, I still feel an uncontrollable need to give myself a makeover, to leave nervous, insecure student Daphne behind for good. Since I got up at dawn, I don't have my first class till 10 a.m. I decide to ring the village hair salon to see if I can book an appointment. I've been putting this off for a while, and I tell myself that I'm getting a trim would certainly put me in a better mood. 15 minutes later, I'm sitting in front of the mirror, and the hairstylist is handing me a magazine with a profusion of styles to choose from. I leaf through it, looking without much hope for a cut that might suit me. A couple of seats away, Mrs. Lionel, the grocer, is chatting with her neighbor as she waits for her perm to set. I'm having a good time. It's a beautiful winter's day outside. It's cold, but the salon is well heated and cozy. I'm about to ask for just a trim when the hairdresser leans over the magazine with an inspired look. That's a good choice. I think that style would suit you perfectly. I look down and realize it's open on a picture of a youthful face topped with a heavy fringe. You've got enough length and the perfect hair texture for that kind of cut. Shall we begin? I nod in agreement, as if pushed by an unsettling momentum. We chat as she snips my hair. I tell her I need to look perfectly groomed for my inspection. Mrs. Lionel, who's been moved to the seat next to mine, tells me that the man from the local education authority arrived in the village this morning. Long strands of my auburn hair pile up in my lap, giving off an agreeable scent of hair products. Half an hour later, a cloud of hairspray designed to hold my bun in place is in place for the final touch of my new look. I take a minute to check my reflection before rising from the chair. The mirror shows me a woman who has finally ridden herself of the trappings of her teenage year. A woman who is sure of herself, a professional. With a small smile, I pay, then climb into my car and go and perform my duties. When I get to the school, a man in the suit waits for me in the front of the classroom. He introduces himself as Mr. Mueller, the National Education Inspector. He tells me he'll be following me all day, observing the way I teach. I'm glad to be freshly out of the salon. It gives me a renewed confidence. My students are a bit surprised to see my new look, but are kind enough to not make any remarks. Mr. Mueller takes a seat at the back of the classroom, and I try to pretend he's not there. He's taking notes, and I see him smile when I manage to explain a complex notation clearly. At the end of the day, we shake hands, and he compliments my professionalism and my methods with enthusiasm. As I drive into my yard, I see Frank's van is already there. He's back. I prepare myself for a difficult conversation about our future. As I get out of the car, I see him waiting for me in the doorway.
Hello, madam. I'm looking for Daphne Delator. I've been told she lives here.
Yes, I had a haircut. Do you like it?
Looks like you've embraced your inner sexy librarian. It suits you.
Thank you.
Any connection with your mother's return?
No, none at all. I had to do it for myself. So you've met Mom?
Yes, and she asked me to tell you she was retiring to her chambers, so that you shouldn't wait dinner for her.
The mood changes suddenly. Frank looks at me seriously.
Sorry to ambush you like this at the end of the school day, but we have to talk, Daphne.
Seriously? No. See, you already know you're doing something wrong because you're apologizing for it. You're like, oh, sorry to ambush you like this at the end of a workday, but, gonna ambush you. We're gonna talk right now.
This month I've spent in the city has helped me put things in perspective. Besides, I saw Victor, my old friend.
Yes, I remember him.
He's thinking about taking over a big business, retirement. He asked me to become his business partner. So that changes my plans, and you and I need to make a decision.
I already made the decision. I told you goodbye no less than 4 times. I said, no, I'm not interested. I said, please leave my house. I said, leave, goodbye, go.
And you keep saying, yeah, okay. But for reals though, I'm gonna keep trying.
And I keep saying, no. No.
And you keep saying, but really though, You didn't really mean no.
No, I meant no. I have already made my decision. You are the only one who seems to be torn about this.
Of course, it's no secret that I wanted us to get back together, but with this new opportunity, I can't wait for you any longer.
I didn't ask you to wait. I told you goodbye.
So here's the deal. Option 1, we're a couple, you and I. I say no to Victor and I move in with you. Option number 2, you don't want me, or you're not ready to commit. In that case, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to give up on this opportunity.
You should take the job. Just get out of here.
Sounds like a great opportunity. Sounds like a great opportunity. I lost her voice for a second. You've been waiting on an offer like this for a while. If you think it's the right move for your career, you should take it.
Is that really what you think? Do you realize that if I accept this, I'll have to move back to the city?
Oh, please! Yes! Go! Goodbye! Leave me alone! I have been telling you to go! It's absolutely time for you to go! I do have to pick up my water bottle because I just knocked it over and it leaks. Hang on. Yeah, no, leave, goodbye, go, shoo, get out of here.
And that means we can forget our relationship.
I forgot it months ago. Bye.
I don't want us to get back together, my dude. Listen, in that case, we'd better leave it at that, you and I.
I had a feeling that would be your answer.
What gave you that idea? The 9 no's I've given you?
Well, I had to try, didn't I?
No, you really didn't. You really did not. I have told you no 6 ways from Sunday. You really did not
Have to try.
honestly.
In that case, I'm moving back to the city just as soon as I've handed in the keys of my apartment.
Thank you. Bye. I spend a quiet evening with Mom. I'm a bit overwhelmed by this paradoxical sense of sadness and joy, with Frank leaving and me finally turning the page on this period of my life. I wake up early the next morning. I have a busy day ahead. Then I drive to school and start my day. The holiday season arrived fast. I spent it at home with Mom and the Boutonniers. Yves Maltaire hasn't shown up yet. Not since he came to present his offer to me when Mom got in the way of his plans. I've decided not to worry about it for the time being. I need to get my head around everything I've learned. I feel impotent in the face of this threat. But I know the best weapon against my logical dogmatism is still my skeptical scientific mind. I've used the school break to prepare my classes in advance, and I'm immersed in the program of the next trimester. It helps takes my mind off things. Preparing basic geometry exercises helps clear my head. I still have the strange dreams, but they're different now. I'm still in the forest, but there's no more pool. No more Sphinx. I've given up on trying to make sense out of all of it. Each time the dream ends with my encounter with the strange beast. We watch each other. I feel like it's trying to tell me something, but it can't speak. As if it wanted something from me. Then it hurls itself at me and I wake up with a jolt. Then classes started again. I was glad to see my students again. It was only a 2-week break, but it had been long enough for me to miss them. Particularly young Clarice Mathieu in 9th grade. She was struggling at the start of the school year, but I've helped her get up to speed, and I was waiting to see how she would do with the homework I gave her for class over the holidays. I was proud to give her an A. If she goes on like this, she'll be able to get into senior high school instead of repeating the year or settling for an apprenticeship, as the other teachers have suggested during the staff meetings. My efforts don't go unnoticed, and at the end of the month, I'm called to the director's office. The secretary implies that it's for good news. When I enter the director's office, Jean Chestnut beams at me. He seems to be in a most elevated mood. Miss Delator, come in, have a seat. Mr. Chestnut, I have some excellent news. Do you recall our discussion last year? Well, yes, of course. I don't want to say promise. You promised me a permanent job, didn't you? I see you haven't forgotten. I like my job, and I'm starting to get my bearings in the village. It goes without saying that your offer piqued my interest. Miss Delator, we understand each other completely. Well, the icing on the cake is that I've just received Mr. Mueller's inspection report, and he has nothing but praise for you. I suppose you must have heard something through the grapevine. So I dare say you're aware Mr. Gavin is about to retire, the poor chap with all the health issues he's had. Well, without wanting to listen to rumors, the news has already gone twice round the staff room. For my part, I've made a few phone calls to the local education authority, and believe it or not, his job will be open from the start of the new school year. Considering the quality of your teaching, I've persuaded the administration that the post should be offered to you. What do you say? I think about it for a minute, but the answer's evident. I love my job, and being able to teach is only a few minutes away from the castle. It's priceless. I'm delighted. Perfect. The only condition is that you pass your certifications during the summer break, but I don't imagine that'll be a problem, will it? Without waiting for me to answer, he goes on. Oh, and I've heard your mother Sophie's back in the village. Why do you ask? I'm sorry, Mr. Chestnut, but why do you ask? Oh, relax. It's not a trick question, Miss Delator. I just wanted you to give her my regards. Oh, of course, I will. You'll forgive me my suspicion. You must know my family isn't very popular in the village. No need to remind me. What a shame it didn't work out between her and Yves Maltaire. Ah! There it is. That would have buried all the hatchet once and for all. That's what I thought. See, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. I'm Yves' illegitimate daughter. I'm sorry, her and Yves Maltaire? What do you mean by that? Oh, you didn't know? Oh, I really should learn to bite my tongue, as they say. Seeing my puzzled face, Chestnut must have realized he He had to react quickly before I drowned him in questions. Yeah, but it's not my place to tell you all about all that. Let's stick to work if you don't mind. See? And that is exactly why you don't go messing around with people. If I had gone messing around with Stan, he's my half-brother. He's my half-brother. No! Once again, congratulations on the permanent post. Have a good day, Miss Delator. He picks up a random file from his desk and pretends to read it attentively, carefully ignoring me. I know he won't tell me anything else, but now I also know that someone has been very careful not to share some information. I stand up and take my leave of Mr. Chestnut. This evening, Mom and I will certainly be having a little chat. When I get home, Mom's preparing dinner in the kitchen. She looks up as I come in, and she must have realized that I've got something on my mind. Daphne, is everything all right? You've got a face like a wet weekend. We have to talk, Mom. I talked to Jean Chestnut today. Oh, something wrong at work? Not at all. On the contrary, I have a permanent position there in September. Oh, that's excellent news. But, what's the problem then? Chestnut hinted that there had been something between you and Yves Maltaire before you left the village. I'm not sure I understood what he meant. There's an awkward silence. Mom dries her hand on a towel and takes a deep breath. I knew this business would resurface sooner or later. And it didn't occur to you that I don't know? I might want to hear it from you, rather than from Jean Chestnut of all people. I'm sorry, Daphne. When I arrived at the castle, there was so much to tell you. I figured it could wait, that there was no hurry. And weeks went by, and then the holidays, and then you went back to work, and I couldn't find the right moment. Yeah, it absolutely wasn't because you were avoiding me. All right. Here's what I think happened. I think Yves seduced Sophie in an attempt to try and get into the tower. When it did not work and Sophie turned up pregnant, apparently Sophie never told Yves that Daphne existed, right? Because when Daphne showed up, Daphne was like, now he knows you exist. Now we're screwed. He knows you exist now. This is a bad idea. And Daphne was like, and that's bad. Why? So here's the thing. Here's what I think happened. I think Yves seduced Sophie in an attempt to get into the tower. When it didn't work, Yves and Sophie broke up. Right after that, Sophie found out she was pregnant and decided not to tell Yves. She had Daphne in secret, and then she left the village so that nobody would find out about Daphne. Is what happened. She had Daphne in secret, and the plan was either to say that they had found an orphan or adopted an orphan somewhere, and that's where Daphne came from, or she left the village to hide the fact that Daphne was ever born. But either way, I don't think Yves ever actually was in love with Sophie. I think he was trying to use Sophie to get into the village. But I swear this time I'll tell you everything. Let's start at the beginning. Is he my father? Is Yves Maltaire my father? Great gods, no! But it's true, we did have a fling, Yves and I. He was different back then, you must realize. He wasn't the man he's become. We both wanted to be free from the prison of our families. Your grandmother Adelaide, had a hard time accepting it at first, but she realized quickly that an alliance could put an end to the old quarrel. Hang on. I got a thing to check. Okay. Okay, cool. But to the Maltaires, it was scandalous. A Maltaire heir getting mixed up with a delator. They put all their effort and ingenuity into breaking us up, and they succeeded. Yves broke my heart, and all our plans went down the drain. What happened next? Took me a few months to get myself together, but I did some things I'm not proud of during that time. I wanted to hurt Yves as much as he'd hurt me. I slept around a bit. I wanted to get a reaction out of him. Make him see it was stupid. Make him see it was stupid. I know that now, but we were only 18, and then I got pregnant. So who is my father? Do you even know? No. I've never been sure. And it didn't matter. Not to me, nor your grandmother. It was the tradition. Women have always been the head of the House of Delator. Some of our ancestors took partners, as your grandmother did, but most remained single or had several lovers during their lives. The fact that there was no father was somehow the way things were meant to be. The only thing I'm sure of is that it wasn't Yves. And then, was it your pregnancy that made you leave the village? In a way. Mom hesitates to talk. I get the feeling I'm getting to the heart of the problem. Mom, I have to know. I feel like there's something huge that you're not telling me about my birth. It can't go on any longer. Do you understand? She looks at me distraught. I realize we're dredging up something. Something she's tried to forget, to bury for all these years. Did I have a twin? It wasn't the pregnancy that made me leave. It was the death of the baby. A shiver runs down my spine. I'm taken back to what I went through myself only a year ago. You mean, did you lose a child before you had me? I don't understand. There it is. I had a twin. I wasn't expecting twins. It was your sister that I lost, Daphne. And it was Yves Maltaire's fault. My head is spinning. I tell her I need to go to the bathroom, but in truth, I need a moment alone in the living room. I need a cigarette. A twin sister. How could she hide that from me for all these years? And the fact that she lost her, it changes everything. When I return to the kitchen, Mom is at the window smoking a cigarette herself. How could you have hidden losing your baby, my sister, all these years? She looks at me, her face sorrowful. What would it have changed? Besides, how can you blame me for keeping it quiet when you thought the same thing yourself? Oh, don't look at me like that. I talked to Frank before he left. He told me you lost a baby. It's our curse for over centuries since the Maltese offered our children in sacrifice. I'm sorry, what? You think Yves might have sacrificed my baby? It's the only explanation. Each generation of Maltese offers the firstborn of the Delators. That's how they took power in the village, and how they keep it. Generation after generation, they've weakened our line. Your grandmother was sure that because you survived, and were in fact the firstborn, you'd be the one to break the cycle. That's why I left. I didn't want her to have any say in your upbringing. Her expectations of you would have been unendurable. And anyway, she was wrong. As you said, you don't have any particular magical abilities after all. Anyway, life goes on. I know what you went through. I know what you went through must have been hard, but if I could get through it, I'm sure you can too. We look at each other. That's when Mom understands. She finally understands the truth that I can't utter aloud not without breaking down. There won't be any other children. I open my mouth, but no words come out. Sophie Delator, don't say anything. Oh, don't say anything, Daphne. I understand. We're both silent. What else is there to say? If it's all true, it means Yves Maltaire is responsible for the death of my sister. Perhaps the death of my child. Maybe even. I don't know what to think. I think about Miss Levake, and I'm engulfed by doubt. I know. I've been too passive. I know I have to act. When I think of what Mom's just told me, I don't know how to take this new revelation. All I wanted was to rebuild a life for myself here. Certainly not to find myself caught up in these stories of witchcraft and child sacrifice. An unborn, dead twin sister. The child I've lost. Can all these tragedies be explained by the intrusions of the supernatural in my life? I could confront Yates immediately. I've waited long enough. If he's able to destroy a life with a snap of his fingers like that, someone has to stop him. But perhaps charging right in isn't such a good idea. I think of Selene Maltaire. I know she and Yates are close. At least at work. She must have some information about what Yves is planning. Yeah, she ain't talking to me, though. I know we've had a falling out, but I hope I'll be able to persuade her to help me. What should I do? I mean, I can try, but girl ain't talking to me. I go to town hall first thing the next day. The receptionist gives me directions, and I embark on a complicated treasure hunt. I finally enter a large office where I find an agitated Solene, phone in hand. There's a box in the corner of the room, half full of files and a photo of Pierre Yves, which looks to have been thrown in quickly. Solene seems lost in thought, indecisive. I speak to her several times before she realizes I'm there. She stares at me and says,
Has she been fired? Did her dad fire her? Daphne? I've been trying to call you for the last 10 minutes. But what are you doing here? Well, actually, I wanted to talk to you about your father. Look, I know we had a misunderstanding, and I'm sorry if I hurt you, but I really, really need your help. No, it's all my fault. I've been living a lie for years, and I wasn't ready to accept the truth. All this time, I've been living in my father's shadow ever since my husband died. I'm not blind. I know what they say in the village. Daddy always told me to let them talk, that it was good for the business, all these local superstitions. I shouldn't worry about any of that. I understand. I understand. You tried to tell yourself I didn't do a good job of it, but I tried. I tried to tell you I didn't do a good job of it, but I tried. You must think I'm an idiot, just accepting everything without question. She gives me a worry smile. You know, all these stories are unbelievable, right? What's happened to make you suddenly believe in all this stuff? Yesterday, I had dinner with my parents. My father excused himself before dessert, saying he had an urgent file to work on. I offered to help him, of course, but he refused, so I stayed in the kitchen to chat with Mom. Pierre Yves went to play in the living room. About 10 minutes later, he burst into the kitchen. He was in tears. He wouldn't calm down. I didn't understand what had put him in such a state. He was pointing at the basement door. When I wanted to go check, Mom tried to stop me, but of course I went anyway. If my son... Her voice breaks. I can feel her holding her feelings tightly in check. So I went down to the basement. I heard my father's voice. He was speaking to someone. When I entered the room, I thought I saw, I don't know, a shadow? A few seconds later, the shadow had vanished, and I realized Dad had a large knife in his hand. There were candles all over the floor, and strange drawings. I ran upstairs and took Pierre Yves in my arms and left without looking back. I haven't slept all night. This morning I dropped Pierre Yves at school, and then I picked up the phone to call you, because last night I heard my father whisper Sophie Delator several times as I was going down the stairs. There was a long moment of quiet. Soline looks distraught. It's probably nothing, but I'd be more comfortable if you warned your mother, Daphne. I'm scared something might happen to her. I'll call her. You're right. Can I use your phone? I tried Mom's cell. Answering machine. I tried the landline at the castle. No answer. That's when I begin to panic. I call the Bautière. Gerard picks up. I ask him to go up to the castle, check if everything's okay. Celine is white as a sheet. Look, Celine, it's probably nothing, but I can't reach Mom. I'll go back to the castle. Yes, of course. Get going. What are you waiting for? Thanks, Celine. Celine, thank you so much. I know this can't have been easy. She smiles faintly. Don't thank me. I feel so stupid. I know I chose the path of least resistance after my husband died. After my husband died, I was lost. I had no work. We were about to move, and there was Pierre.
I was an unemployed widow with a small child. When Daddy offered me a job, I took it, and I shut my eyes to all the weird stuff that happened in the village. He always had an explanation anyway, every single time. I couldn't bring myself to give credit to the superstitions. It would have meant that my own father was probably responsible for the accident that killed my husband. But that's over now. I can't persuade myself that it's all for the best any longer. I understand. Oh, and if you need anything, you know where to find me, okay? Thank you, Daphne. I might take you up on that. I hug her and then run to my car. I see smoke above the treetops before I even reach the lane to the castle. When I get to the courtyard, I find a shocked Mr. Brutier surrounded by a team of firefighters. Oh, Miss Daphne, it's a good thing you called me so quickly. What happened? Found your mother unconscious in her room. There was smoke everywhere. If you hadn't warned me, I'd rather not think about it. The ambulance just left. The nurse said she's very lucky. Do you know how the fire started? Oh, miss, it's probably my fault. Your mother must have wanted to light a fire in her room. The chimneys haven't been swept for ages. It's not your fault, Mr. Brutier. And if you hadn't been here to save her... A fireman comes over. Are you the new owner? Yes. Hello, madam. I'm Captain Robier. Your mother was very lucky Gerard got to her so fast. It wasn't very smart of him to run into the house like that, but it's probably thanks to him that she's alive. Well, otherwise the fire's been, so I guess it's been put out. Otherwise the fire's out. You got lucky there too. It was just a chimney fire. There's no structural damage, but you'll have to change some of the wallpaper. Thank you so much, Captain. Do you know where my mother's been sent? We may only be a small town, but we do have a small emergency center for the time being anyway. You'll find her there. I spent the evening in the hospital. The doctors tell me they're doing all they can, that Mom isn't out of the woods yet, that her chances are not good. I stew in the waiting room, hoping she'll regain consciousness, hoping the doctors will tell me I can see her, and hoping they'll finally say that she'll be all right. Just as I've fallen asleep, curled up in a chair in the waiting room, a man in a white coat wakes me gently. Mom's woken up. She's weak, but she's alive. The doctors have decided to keep her under observation for a few days. I don't know what to think. If Solene hadn't warned me, my mother would be dead, asphyxiated for sure. I don't believe that's just a coincidence. I go home in a state of shock. Days pass by me in a daze. I've lost all notion of time. Is it Wednesday, Thursday? I don't know. Not anymore. Getting my mother back is just almost lose her again so suddenly? Is Yves Maltaire really responsible for her accident? Is all this nothing but some cosmic curse that will continue to persecute me? Since I lost the baby, the inheritance, moving house, I'm lost. I hear the doorbell. There's somebody at the door. Is it Yves Maltaire come to torment me? I don't have the strength to get up, even less so to go answer the door. I wait for someone to answer. I call out to Ms. Brutier, but there's no answer. Has she gone home? The door rings again. I crawl off the sofa into the entry hall. I hesitate again for the second, then muster up my courage to open the door. There's a young woman waiting behind the door. Strong national education vibe coming from her. Emmanuel Deputy. Hello, Daphne Delator. Yes.
I'm Emmanuel Deputy, the teacher you've been substituting for.
Pleased to meet you. Would you like coffee?
Oh, that's kind of you, but I wouldn't want to impose. I was just coming in to give you this.
She gives me a large bouquet of flowers. From everyone at the school. I take the bouquet. Well, thank you. You shouldn't have.
When we heard about your mom, we all chipped in. The staff all send you their regards. They were very affected by what happened to you. To be honest, we've all had enough of the Maltiers and their affairs.
Oh, that's very kind of you. Thank you.
Please know that the whole school is behind you. And I don't know if you've been into the village recently, but I can assure you that we're not the only ones.
Really? I've only been aware of some of the I've always been aware of some of the hostility there.
Oh, that doesn't surprise me. People around here are pretty wary. They need time. I promise you, all the village was shocked by what happened. Of course, the Maltiers have their supporters, but most people around here have had it up to here with their scheming. Well, that's it. I won't keep you any longer. I did want to meet you, though. I feel kind of angry with myself for leaving you my students without even meeting you. It was a difficult pregnancy. I was on bed rest, and now I'm up to my neck in diapers and bottles. Jesset told me you'd be staying with us next year?
Oh, well, yes. I mean, if I manage to pass the exams this summer.
I'm sure you'll do fine, and I'm glad we'll have the chance to get to know one another next year. Until then, if you need anything, give me a call.
Thanks a lot, Ms. Dupree.
Please, call me Emmanuel. See you soon.
I stand on the doorstep, a bit stunned, as she turns her car and disappears around the bend. That was the last thing I expected. Thinking about it, I'm impressed. Organizing a fundraiser like that in the staff room? She must have a lot of patience and self-control. The rest of the week speeds by like lightning. I spend my days working at the school, then rushing over to the hospital to be at my mother's bedside. I know Yves won't stop now. Mr. Broutine went into the wing to evaluate the damage. We were lucky. Fresh coat of paint, some new curtains, and he assured me it would be as good as new. The couple were particularly distressed by the accident. Mr. Broutine is even more impenetrable than usual. As for Mrs. Broutine, she's been making herself scarce. I doubt she's been out of the lodge much in the last few days. But what surprised me the most were the messages of support from the village. I didn't realize that on the heels of Emmanuel Dupree, so many people would reach out with their best wishes and their support. That's why when Mom finally gets out of the hospital, I'm only half surprised to see a small reception committee waiting for us in the courtyard. Mom and I look at each other. I can tell she's deeply moved by this attention. She's still too weak to stay outside in the cold, so I take her to the door. Then, once she's safely inside the warm, I turn around to thank everyone for coming. That's when I see a big sedan coming up the lane, and the figure of Yates Maltaire getting out of the car and coming toward me. When he reaches me, he greets me with a sardonic little smile, then turns to face the group. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Mr. Broutine striding toward the lodge.
when I decided to check on Miss Delator following her terrible accident. I didn't think I'd be interrupting a revolution.
I know why you're here, and it's certainly not to check on my mother.
Really, Daphne? You impugn my motives.
To his audience, he adds,
You know, usually the rebels start with their torches and pitchforks in the town square to storm the evil queen's lair, not the other way around. And let's face it, you all have very short memories. How many of you feed your families thanks to the sawmill?
He points to a man in the crowd.
You, Mr. Brunel, didn't I lend you some money when you wanted to open your cobbler shop?
Turns to someone else.
And you, Mrs. Landre, when your husband died and you couldn't make ends meet, who found you a place to live?
A murmur runs through the crowd.
All of you at one time or another have turned to my family to ask for help. And now what? You stab me in the back to
What? Just because they came to wish me and my mother well, we're stabbing you in the back? I don't see how that is a correlation, sir.
You disown me after everything I've done for you? You put your trust in a stranger?
They just came to say, hey, hope your mom's feeling better. As Yves puts a dramatic hand to his head, in a vision of profound disappointment, someone in the crowd cries out, "But she's a Delator!" Yves Maltaire.
A Delator? For over a century, the Delators have cloaked themselves in their so-called dignity, while we, the Maltaires, did everything to make the village prosper. What's left of their ancient glory? A decaying castle. What have you done for the village, Daphne? Well, I'm listening. What have you done?
Yves glowers at me, and I know I need to choose my next words carefully. What have I done? I didn't do anything. Well, I'm not going to play the victim. Might as well argue back. You say that you help people, but nobody's fooled. The whole village knows that everything you do, you only do out of self-interest.
Oh, that's not true. I've done more for the village than Delators ever did.
Then how do you explain why so many of your fellow citizens have reached out to me with words of support and friendship, Mr. Mayor? There's a murmur around us, and for the first time, Yves seems ill at ease.
You've put a spell on them. Isn't that right? This isn't right.
Says you, who's taken advantage of all these beliefs for years. Go home, Yves. You're making a fool of yourself. You think you have power, but as soon as anyone refuses to bow to your rules, your house of cards collapses all on its own.
I warn you!
I cut him before he can finish his sentence. You warn me of what? That you're responsible for the fire that put my mother in the hospital?
Don't push me! You don't know what I'm capable of!
No, I don't. What are you capable of? Do tell. He mutters something under his breath. Speak up a bit. You've got a perfect audience. Look, your fellow citizens are hanging on your every word, darling. He stares at me in a mix of rage and impertinence. I meet his gaze and we look at each other in the eye for a long moment, until he looks away. You know the way out. You'll excuse me, but I have to tend to my mother. I turn away to push through the stunned crowd who have witnessed the scene. Somebody in the crowd cries out a warning. I don't have time to turn when I hear a gunshot. Yves collapses at my feet, his hand red with blood, clutches his shoulder. A few yards away, Mr. Brutier holds his hunting rifle. Barrel smokes, the delicate curls floating towards the sky. Uh-oh! Uh-oh! I just got the flight confirmation. I'm leaving tomorrow morning. So, you'll survive without me? Mom and I are in the garden, enjoying the first of the morning sunshine with coffee. Not long ago, this question, instead of being rhetorical, would have been a tricky one. Not anymore. Since the incident with Yves, the Maltese have made themselves scarce. They say in the village that the Yves doesn't leave town hall much anymore, and that his convalescence has been difficult. I don't know what the future has in store, but I hope that the storm is finally now behind me. Daphne? Oh, sorry, Mom. Yes, sure. Don't worry. I think I'll manage without you. We're interrupted by Miss Brutine back from the courthouse. She comes towards us with a smile. That must mean good news. So, what's the verdict? He was acquitted. With the number of witnesses who testified in his favor, the judge had no choice. In the end, what tipped the scales on the side of self-defense is the testimony of Miss Dupree, a teacher. She swore under oath that she'd seen Yates Maltaire take a knife from his pocket. Oh! Dude was about to stab me in the back! I suppose that just for once a bribe couldn't have changed that verdict. Mr. Brutier must be relieved. Oh, yes, miss. He wanted to go home to rest, but I came right away to tell you the good news. Gilbertine, since you're here, could you give me a hand? I've got some luggage to bring downstairs. Oh, of course, madam. Show me. Show me. I watch them go inside. I pour myself another coffee and sit lost in thought. That's when I see the tall blonde figure coming up the path. She's striding purposefully towards the castle, but when she sees me in the garden, she hesitates briefly, then heads in my direction. Hello, Miss Delator. I was going to knock, but when I saw you, I thought I'd come directly to you. Claudette Maltier looks ill at ease and seems to have traded her habitual haughtiness for a dose of humility. Claudette, what a surprise. Can I offer you some coffee? No, thank you, but if you would give me a minute of your time. Yes, ma'am. A sigh escapes me as I wave her to take a seat. I'm listening. Daphne, I have to admit I underestimated you. I never would have believed on seeing you that you could have stood up to my husband for so long, or that you would make yourself so popular in our little community. Come on, Claudette. Stop trying to butter me up. Apologies don't suit you. You're right. That might be because I haven't had to apologize for anything for a long time. Anyway, as you might have guessed, I'm not here for that. I'll cut to the chase if you don't mind. As soon as Mr. Bautier's trial finished, I came straight here.
The verdict wasn't a surprise, and I've been mulling this over for a while now. You know my husband. He has his shortcomings and his good qualities. I suppose you don't see it like that, but I promise you Yves has a good heart, despite what you might think. I'm about to interrupt her, but she stops me with a wave of her hand. Please, Daphne, hear me out before you start insulting me. Never said I was going to insult you. I'll tell you something that might surprise you. I've never really believed in all these tales of witchcraft. Oh, I can see their benefits, but let's be serious for a minute. Okay. Thank you for your honesty, but you're only confirming my suspicions. Yes, you're a scientist after all. I suppose nothing could shake your unwavering belief in science, could it? There's an awkward silence. Anyway, sorry to be blunt, but your views on the issues don't interest me at all. However, you may have noticed that my husband is a true believer. And the recent events between you and us really took a toll on him, you know. I don't think he'll ever forgive you for making him look ridiculous in front of the whole village. And now with the judge's decision, I mean, the judge's decision was just that the one guy got off, right? I only defended myself. I'm sorry if I bruised your husband's ego, but I was just defending myself. You're right, Daphne. And believe me, I deplore that things have come to this pass as much as you do. I just want this to be over once and for all. Neither of us has anything to gain by keeping this animosity alive. I know I can make my husband listen to reason, but for that, I need you to meet me halfway, Daphne. Do you understand? What I offer is to unite our two families and end this old quarrel once and for all. Unite our families? What do you mean by that? I know my son has a particular affection towards you. What I'm suggesting is a marriage of convenience. Point. Is he okay with it? I mean, I guess he said he would be. Because, like, he was already like, oh, yeah, I'm interested in more than just fooling around. You want to spend the night together? So I guess he would be okay with it. Here's the question that I have. Am I okay with it? Because, like, he made an absolutely horrendous first impression. The rest of it was halfway decent. He definitely forced himself on my character during the cocktail party, which, yeah, not okay with that. And then the only other question that I have is whether or not it is the game making these guys pushy, or if the guys are pushy themselves. Like, don't get me wrong, I think her ex, Frank, was definitely just naturally pushy. Right? Because she said she wasn't ready to have a baby. He said, no, we are. And she was like, but I want to finish my PhD first. And he said, yeah, but there'll never be a better time than this, so let's just go ahead and do it. And he kind of pushed her into that, so there was that whole issue. And then, so, like, that's definitely, like, a sign that Frank himself is just naturally pushy.
So I don't think that was game writing. But the question is, do I think anything that happened with Stan? Do I think everything that happened with Stan was just clumsy writing? I'm willing to chalk up him trying to force a kiss from me at the cocktail party as him just being drunk. And she honestly could have pushed back a little bit more, but game didn't let her. So there's that. Other than his horrible first impression and trying to force a kiss from her at the cocktail party, he's been a pretty decent guy, right? Other than that, he's been a pretty decent guy. Past that, the only other problem I have with him is when he tried to force a relationship on her and she was like, yeah, no, and he was like, that's cool, I get it, but hey, how about I stay the night anyway? And that I could chalk up to just the game being clumsily written. And the game being like, are you really sure that that's your decision right now? Really, really sure? Are you super, super sure? Super sure that's your decision? And I'm willing to chalk it up to that. A marriage of convenience. This isn't the 19th century. Look, I assure you, Stan can be very charming. You wouldn't have to love him, nor, good gods, even be faithful to him. All I'm asking you is to keep up appearances with the people in the village. We'd give you our blessing, of course, and it would unite our families and put an end to our quarrel. What do you say? Are you sure you can persuade your husband, or this is out of the question? Oh! Okay, so like... I don't like the idea of a marriage of convenience, especially not the way she's putting it, right? Like, here's the thing. I have no problem with arranged marriages in general as long as they are done properly. I knew a family that actually set up an arranged marriage for their daughter. Okay? But the thing is that when they set up the arranged marriage for their daughter, what they set up for her, this was a Christian family, by the way, but they were Indian Christian. So it's a whole thing that went on there. But when they set up the marriage for their daughter, what they set up was they found a guy that would get along well with their child, right? They didn't just pick somebody for family reasons or because he has a lot of money or he's got a good job or something like that. They picked somebody who they knew would be good for her in like in a personality way, right? They knew that this particular gentleman, like they knew the family, they knew the gentleman, they knew that these two would work well together. And then they sat like all 6 of them, all 6 of them, because like his parents and him and then her and her parents, like the 6 of them sat down and they like had a discussion of, if there's ever a problem, you two are going to sort it out. And if you two can't sort it out by yourselves, then you're going to bring your problems to us and we will sort it out together. So it was like a real, it was a, but the fact that she's presenting it as, you just, just marry him and keep up appearances. You don't have to be faithful to him. You don't have to do any of it. I just need you to keep up freaking appearances. It's like that's not even a marriage. There's no point at that point. No. I won't let your family have any say in affairs of the heart. To think, you imagine that I might agree. You really don't know me. I came here with only good intentions, and this is how you receive me?
I mean, honestly, lady.
I warn you, Daphne. I can still make your life miserable.
We glare at each other.
Could you tell me what's so funny? I mean it. You'll regret taking this lightly.
Really, Claudette? Either you're in denial or you take me for an idiot.
Excuse me.
You have no hold over me. You just told me you don't believe in witchcraft. And even if you did, you're here in a corner. Let's say your husband asks the entity that is supposedly at your family's service to do his dirty work again. Who would you direct it against? Me? I don't know the rules, but I'm guessing that if he could have got rid of me with the help of this so-called entity, your husband would have already done so. Of course, Yves could try to blackmail me by threatening, I don't know, Mr. or Mrs. Boutier. If we suppose the fire to be his fault, we can't say he really pulled it off. Mom is safe and sound. Besides, you know this as well as I do. The local population is very superstitious. I'm sure if anything happened to someone close to me, they might reach some conclusions on their own. Without starting a popularity contest, I think we can both agree that causing an uprising is not really in your interest. Well, unless you want to deal with a riot, or, I don't know, a strike at the sawmill. See what I mean? Oh, and of course, witchcraft doesn't change the equation. My reasoning on public opinion is irrelevant in both cases. And yet, I can't see you hiring an assassin or cutting my brake lines to get rid of me. You would have done that already. So, I don't think we have anything left to discuss. I return to my book while she stands there motionless, consumed by cold rage. After a while, I add, "Goodbye, Claudette." She turns and leaves. I watch her until she disappears behind the trees. I haven't seen Claudette since that spring day. A couple of weeks later, the news of Yves's death, began to circulate the village. He hanged himself in his office at City Hall. Ooh! Claudette left the area without a word, taking most of the assets in the Maltiers had accumulated for generations with her. Little by little, people began to take the Yves to talk, and Yves' shady deals were revealed. Rapidly, the Maltier name was no longer a synonym for respect and fear on the lips of the villagers. Time passed. The days are longer. Little by little, the summer heat arrived to warm the old stones. In August, there were rumors about the financial instability of the sawmill and its eventual closing. There was a climate of anxiety in the village. After all, it was the first time in more than a century that the population couldn't look to the Maltiers, either to guide them or as a scapegoat for their troubles. In the end, even the Maltiers were the architects of their own demise. It left me with a bitter taste in my mouth. And then school started again. I went back to my students, but this time as a real teacher. I have the strange feeling that these last months were nothing but a bad dream, and that I have finally woken up. I admit I try not to think about the stories of witchcraft. Is any of it true? Or was this all some multi-hour manipulation? I guess I'll never know for sure. And it's probably better that way. After all these trials, I'm glad I found my way. Between my life, the castle, and the school, I think I can finally say that I'm at last happy. Bringing something to all these children that I teach year after year. It doesn't make up for the ones I'll never have, but it's a start. Could things have turned out differently? I wonder about that from time to time. What would have happened if I'd chosen a partner to share my days, my troubles? If I'd believed in magic more, or on the contrary, doubted? If I'd given into anger or despair, or perhaps to calm, to leniency, would my life be different? Would I myself be different? I don't know. I've gone with the flow. I've done all I could. I've dangled over the precipice for a long time, clinging to the comfort of my certainties, of my doubts, the void constantly calling to me. I've let my feet guide me one after the other along the edge. Okay. Whatever any of that means. Yay. Okay. Short hair, don't care, 'cause I got her a haircut. Oh, we made friends with Solaire. Okay, cool. Alright, well, that's going to be it for me for today. I will be back tomorrow. I am live every Wednesday to Sunday, usually somewhere around 10 a.m. Eastern or New York, or 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern or New York time, whichever's easiest for y'all to Google. I hope to see y'all back here then. Until then, have a great day. Bye, everyone.